Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's final day of this championship match in Division 2. Glamorgan having a very, very good start in this game. 620 for 3 declared. Middlesex, they made a pretty good fist of the response. 460 for 5 at the moment. Ryan Higgins has a century to his name. Mark Stoneman hit 97, was out yesterday morning. Deserved century that would have been, because Middlesex were under a fair bit of pressure. Scoreboard pressure applying to that big score from the visitors, including the 335 from Sam Northeast. We'll have full coverage, of course, of the final day here on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Myself, Kevin Hand, in association with Daffabet. First, though, let's look back on what happened on day 3 and take you through the highlights. Gets it away this time. That's what he was looking for off the last delivery. First boundary of the third day. Leg gully, I should say. But that is fine of the leg gully. Wide of the keeper. Tickled for 4. 150 up for Middlesex. Wow. Now that's what we talked about in terms of dropping short on this one. That was far from a long hop from Harris. But what a pickup. Yelp in the field, but he's bisected mid-wicket and square leg, and that's a lovely piece of timing from Stoneman. There's hands on heads, feeling it was in the air for the moment. Square leg's around towards mid-wicket. But Stoneman in control.
Great thing is, as soon as there has been a miss, they've scored.
And look at that from Holden at the start of the over. Likes to play spin. He could give Glamorgan a bit of a problem here. Oh, goes again. Takes him over mid-wicket on this occasion for 4 more. Mid-on just giving himself a couple of yards. And then a little bit of width outside the off-stump. That's beautifully done by Stoneman. On to 93. Looked as though he's trying to bring that one back in again. It's 4 more. Starts with a little bit of width. And there's no doubt Hamza will be trying his very best at the moment to get the ball to reverse. That's the 50 for Holden. Lovely innings from the Middlesex number 3, changing the batting order. Gone in at cover. Douthwaite takes the catch. Stoneman falls just shy of the century. Gone for 97. Carlson makes the breakthrough. Oh, gone at leg gully. Holden's done for 53. The ploy works with the leg side field. Just looking to help it on its way. Helped it straight to the fielder. Flayed away. His first boundary as a Middlesex batter.
Ryan Higgins edges here that he'll be conscious of.
Lovely shot. Higgins' first boundary of the new season. That's a lovely shot by Higgins. Just a little bit of width from Carlson. Ooh. Goodness me, that's placed well. Boy, really using the hands on that one.
Pulled away by Higgins. Just dropped short there, Ingram. Pulled away into the vacant mid-wicket area for 4 runs.
Patrick Patterson.
Shot. Really.
Beautiful shot.
Oh, goodness me. 2 of the drives of the match from Higgins after lunch. There hasn't been that many cover drives at all in this game. Now, he's gone. Mir Hamza strike. We said that it was going to be quite the matchup with deploying the celebrations. Final day. So to not enforce the follow-on at that point was incredible. Oh, he's got it through. My apologies. 4 more. I thought that was fielded at point. But he's got it through, Davies. His first boundary. Standing up now for Higgins to keep him in his crease, but produces a square drive.
Beautiful shot. That was my favourite memory.
So any favourite home matches then against Glamorgan rather than trips?
Yeah. Glamorgan, Cardiff, Sapphire Gardens.
Couple of runs for Higgins. The latest ones go to 50 from 91 deliveries, 6 fours. Runs that one fine. It's good from Higgins. Really good. That wasn't that wide. I think Higgins thought it was a free hit. Middlesex trail by 297, 3-2-3.
From sort of around the Willesden area.
Well, Jack Davies giving it a bit of the Ryan Higgins treatment. First real shot in anger. Oh,
we needed that.
Needed that 2 overs ago. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's first match for Middlesex. Wow, that was punished by Higgins. Bit of width, and he's gone hard at that. Chase on again here. Fine. This time it's Harris, and he won't get there. 4 more. Higgins on 78. Lovely shot, gets through. But his toes, Higgins, he's into the 80s. Crisply punched. Three, 7, 3 for 4. Lovely shot by Davis. Chopped away nicely. Late cut. Pick up 4 runs. Davies, he moves into the 40s. Stunning strike from Davies. 47 is top scorer in T20 T20s. And there is his second first-class 50 to go with the knock at Old Trafford last year. Raises his bat to the pavilion. It's that one away again. Flashes hard outside the off stump. Just going to be Ingram to the boundary rope. Oh, chipped by Higgins. Back down the ground. Talks about how hard it is to hit through the line. That could, should, and will be it. Ryan Higgins has the first century of the summer for a Middlesex batter. Fabulous knock from the Middlesex number 5. Glorious shot. Straight down the ground. Powerfully punched back past the bowler. That'll have felt good for Higgins. Wow, that was dismissive. Clipped with aplomb by Davies. Oh, that's tight, and that's gone. Back and across, and he's missed a straight one, Davies.
His first game as a keeper trying to replace. And it just went flat. Another little nudge down the leg side for 4 by Higgins. And it went flat. Shot, Josh.
That's another good shot, isn't it? 4 more.
Sliced it.
That's it.
There we go. The Cares push it to short leg. And Higgins gets a little pat on the back from Carlson. Well deserved.
Well, a fascinating third day. A really good fight back by Middlesex with the bat. There was no doubt there was a lot of scoreboard pressure on the host. You wouldn't have particularly believed it, though. Everybody got a start. Everybody made a serious contribution. and batted for, I think it was 52 balls, Angus Fraser pointed out yesterday evening, a minimum of 52 deliveries faced for each of them. Josh DeCarey's with there this morning now, with the man who hit a century yesterday, still there overnight, Ryan Higgins.
Ryan Higgins, thanks ever so much for coming out to join us. The end of day 3, a fantastic day for the bat with Middlesex. We finished on 460 for 5, 127 red for yourself. Your 8th century, how great to bring up your first one at the home of cricket.
Yeah, it's amazing to bring up 100 at Lords, something I've sort of, I suppose, probably since the start of my career wanted to do, and sort of 10 years later it's finally happened. So it's nice to do it, and nice to sort of, get it on a day where we sort of needed to make sure we scored some runs. Yeah.
Going to take nothing away from your efforts, but the Kookaburra ball has looked easier to bat against, to be fair. I spoke to a bowler on day 1 who wasn't overly complimentary about it. Spoke to a batter yesterday who said after initial tricky spells it was easier to bat against. You've obviously experienced both sides of it. You opened with it and you batted against it. What are your own thoughts on it?
Yeah, I definitely prefer batting against the Kookaburra than bowling with it. But I think, to be fair, I think it is a lot to do with the wicket being quite slow and just being April. I don't necessarily know if the Kookaburra actually needs the kind of wicket where you get bounce, and to make it an exciting game, where both bowlers and batters have a chance within the game. But yeah, that's my verdict. I think I'd still rather the bat against the Kookaburra.
You must have taken a lot of confidence from the way Sam Northeast batted yesterday. Obviously broke the first class record here for the amount of runs scored in the first class innings. You've got a long day ahead of you tomorrow. I guess going into day 4 we're not going to be setting up anything funky. We're probably just going to bat time and take us through till 5 o'clock. You must be hopeful that you can really go on and build a big one here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity. It's not an opportunity you get very often in first class games cricket, so it's trying to make sure tomorrow morning I'm on it and switched on, and yeah, keep putting pressure on the bowlers throughout the next few days and taking from this game what we can. I mean, I feel like we probably just missed out on one of the batting points. They put a lot of pressure on us through the middle period today, just before that stage. So it was one of those where we've still got work to do and still got another day of cricket. So yeah, but hopefully a good batting day. Yeah.
Absolutely. 10 years or more since Middlesex have had an innings where 5 batters have passed 50. We've already got 4 past the milestone. I'm guessing with Josh still going strong out there. Toby's still to come, Brooks is still to come. We must be hopeful of potentially getting an innings where we've got another 5 batters scoring 50 in it. What's the change this year? Because obviously it was a struggle last year. You did well yourself, but it was a struggle last year. This year, obviously, there looks to be some real resilience in that order.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where sometimes things just don't go your way. I think last year, certainly at the start, we had a few wickets which were definitely a bit trickier to bat on, and I think over that time, where you are, our whole build-up's been with the Kookaburra ball, so including the practice sessions and all that, and it allows guys to become more confident, getting onto the front foot and stuff like that. So yeah, just being able to have that preparation. And I actually thought the marquee at Merchant Taylors was fantastic this year. The quality of the surfaces were even better than last year, which even last year were pretty good, but we're using a Duke, so it makes a big difference. But yeah, I think just the preparation has probably been exceptional this year from everyone. Yeah. Good
to hear. Already talked about breaking that 1 milestone in your first 100 here at Lords. In your career, it surprises me that you've never made 1,000 runs in a season. You got 958, I think it was, in 2019, 955 last year. Do you set yourself targets, and if so, are you hopefully reaching 1,000 this year?
No, I would like to reach 1,000 at some point, but I think in those years I probably did bat lower down the order, so at times probably, sometimes, whether it's not an excuse, but sometimes you don't bat as much and you don't necessarily get the chance to score big hundreds. So when I get an opportunity like this to bat 5, I really want to make sure that I can take it with both hands.
I'm sure that'll be music to everyone's ears who's watching here from a Middlesex perspective. Ryan, fantastically well batted today. All the very best luck tomorrow. I hope you go on and make it a big one.
Cheers, Fletch. Thanks, mate.
Ryan Higgins, who will resume this morning with a century to his name. There are 2 umpires who are very well wrapped up. It's not quite as windy this morning as it has been the last 2 days, but funnily enough, the temperature might have dropped with that, though. But the wind's chill isn't quite as bad. But weather umpire Adnan on the right there was inspired umpire Middlebrook with the snood. Certainly the beige effort of umpire Adnan was more noticeable yesterday morning. Good luck to the umps today. Good luck to those two from a Middlesex perspective. Still work to do. Middlesex 11 runs shy of avoiding the follow-on, which shouldn't be a problem. Centurion and the man who began as an opening bat for Middlesex in the Championship, but in at 7 at the moment in his off-spinner role as well. So out go the not out pair. .460 for 5. 11 runs avoids the follow-on. What happens after that, though? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Second new ball is 13 overs away for Glamorgan. And they'll undoubtedly take it straight away. Try and get out of the fields, get their feet up. Go and have a bat this afternoon themselves. It's been a pretty placid surface. 8 wickets. 1,080 runs now for those 8 wickets in 3 days. So, anything unusual to happen on the final day? It'll be pretty unusual. It'll be pretty dramatic for something to twist and turn in this game, but that is cricket. And from a Glamorgan perspective, they will just have to be a little bit careful when they go out to bat to make sure that nothing odd happens at the start against a Kookaburra ball that hasn't got much out of this surface whatsoever. So it'll be Higgins on strike first up, 127 to his name, 204 deliveries faced so far. Just a slip in place for Kieran Carlson. A change of ends for the off-spinner. First bowl from the pavilion end of the match room. He's got a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg as well. Discussed with Angus Fraser yesterday evening the match situation here a couple of years ago against Sussex, which played out very similarly to this point. Ooh. Nearly threw that one too early. A little bit of bite there for Ingram. My apologies, Ingram. I was giving it as a change of ends for Kieran Castle. It is Ingram, the leg spinner from the pavilion end. So as you were, for the leg spinner, his 6th over, none for 15 so far. What do Middlesex do? Do they make any play at all on this today? If they nudge past these 11 runs and thrash as many as they can and try and get close to Glamorgan, just see if there's a bit of third innings pressure on the visitors. With only 8 wickets down in 3 days, it's pretty hard to see much happening today. But it is cricket. Always expect the unexpected. Single gets Higgins off the mark for the day, 128 for him. So here's to Carey's, who got through a fair bit of spin bowling as well, and he had that missed stumping as well of Sam Northeast shy of the triple century. Seems to stop again a little bit. In position early to Carey's, but played it easily enough into the ground in the end. 4-6-1 for 5. Toby Rowland-Jones with the next batter in. Coming in at 8. And number 9, Brooks, is down on the card to come in at 9 with helmet 10. We shall see. Ethan Bamber is a very useful number 11. So here is Carlson from the nursery, and it is as you were at both ends from yesterday evening. Maybe rush Glamorgan through to that second new ball this morning, the pair of them. Just the slip for Carlson. He's got a deep point and a deep backward square leg. He's got a deep mid-wicket as well. lands the first one nicely. There is one pronounced foothold there in front of Ryan Higgins from the follow-through of Mir Hamza. Just see it a little wide, should be a little wide. You can see there, slightly fuller, slightly straighter, and Higgins was happily forward and over the top of that, so there might just be something in it to land into that foothold for the off-spinner. De Carey's will have an eye on that later, I'm sure, as well. Yorks himself outside the off stump, but that we've seen throughout the match. Anything full like that, the batters are happy to try and go hard at it, square of the wicket. That short boundary to the offside for Higgins to look at. Just a shuffle, nothing too exaggerated from Higgins on this occasion, a useful use of the feet. Good stuff this from Carlson. Probably got away with the one 2 balls ago. Higgins nearly yorks himself. And a maiden starts up. Third maiden for Carlson. 2 for 89. What's it, 30 for him now? Middlesex 461 for 5. There's Sam Northeast on the right, scorer of the highest score at Lords, 335. His first professional century as well at the ground. Might get a chance today to go again. Graham Gooch, 333 in a century in the second innings against India. Could he break Gooch's aggregate score at Lords? Might be a second one on the offing for Northeast today. Nicely flighted again from Ingram. A little bit of excitement, but a little bit short in the over. Ingram overall, I think. 463 for 5. You're watching the live enhanced stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to say, Managing Director of Cricket. Alan Coleman is alongside me for the morning session. And Coley, it's been a good performance with the bat throughout from both sides. you back to the plethora of openers problem. I remember a couple of seasons back, Middlesex had this with Compton, Sterling, Gubbins, Robson. There's about 5 openers in the top 6. Morning, Alan Coleman.
Just gave some expert analysis there for the last 5 minutes. You know,
That's the best you've ever been.
it's a low bar.
Basically a good day with the bat yesterday for Middlesex.
Yeah, well played, everyone.
That's a beautiful shot. Really well played by Decaries. I actually haven't seen too much of the reverse sweep in this match. For all the runs that we've seen and how commonplace the reverse is, we haven't seen too many of them in this game.
We haven't, but no fielder in saving the one at point, so and one slip, so quite a safe shot in the modern day, really. The lads practice it a lot, and it's a well played stroke by the batters, very controlled. 4 runs to a big space behind square on the offside.
.468 for 5. Yeah, I was pondering that yesterday actually, why we've seen so many runs in this match but so few reverse sweeps. I mean, you could honestly count it on one hand, which would be very unusual in a match of this number of runs at this stage. Is Ingram?
I think because scoring has been relatively straightforward, you would say, for the batters in this game. Perhaps they felt that it's not a shot they need to go to. The pitch is obviously a touch on the slower side given the time of year. And sometimes a batter might look to use the pace of the ball off the spinner a little more and deflect the reverse sweep rather than have to hit it for 4 as Josh Decaires did there. So perhaps some reasons there, but as I said, a very well controlled shot there by Josh.
Two more to avoid the follow-on. It was quite a daunting task on Middlesex. Sent out to bat when Glamorgan declared 620 for 3. A follow-on target of 471. It's an astonishing amount of runs and an awful long way away, but here they are on the verge of it. Not this time. Just didn't quite get it straight enough. Mid-on collects. It's nicely bowled. That's where he wants to leave it, Ingram. Did wonder would they get a change of ends at all. The spinners bowl with the slope.
You would say that this is Glamorgan's attempt here just to hold for the next sort of 10 overs or so, get themselves up to the next new ball. And that will be their final dart, you would say, at trying to win this game of cricket. Obviously Middlesex still trailing by 151 as it stands currently, just about to avoid the follow-on. But Glamorgan will be hoping that perhaps with a few wickets with the new ball, exert a little bit of pressure, come out and play positively, and maybe try and force something later on in the game. But it looks a tough ask from this stage for either team to get anything but a draw out of this game.
Gus and I were harking back to the Sussex game here 2 seasons ago when Pujara hit those big runs in the first innings and Roland Jones thrashed something like 80 off 43 deliveries. Nice little shuffle with the feet. Middlesex trail by 150, 470 for 5. Yeah, Roland Jones thrashed 80 off about 43, including one of the biggest sixes you'll see. With the track was wasn't a particularly lively track at the top end of the square a couple of years ago.
That was a very hot day, wasn't it? Day one was the infamous 40-degree heat day, wasn't it?
Mertz was captain, actually, wasn't he? Won the toss and elected to field.
I think Mertz will still say that was Richard Johnson's decision.
It all comes out in the end.
And I think Jono will say it was a team decision.
Well, then, of course, I mean, because Angus Fraser was up here giving Mercer all sorts on the mic. And then, of course, when Sussex were 60 for 5 on that final day, which was effectively about 103 for 5, I think, it was the match situation. All of a sudden, 16-year-old Archie Lenham had to save the game for Sussex.
He did. It all proved the correct decision in the end, despite the heat. Middlesex were the only team in that last day who had a chance of winning the game. So, did the hard yards on day one, as Middlesex did here in this game.
That was not a Kookaburra ball. That was a Duke ball in that round, which is one major difference for this game.
It is, and the same again for Middlesex next week at Northampton. The second Kookaburra ball game of 4 for this season.
.470 for 5, one shy of avoiding the follow-on now. Middlesex, solid start here. Any thought whatsoever of Middlesex getting on with it this morning once they've got this run and maybe pulling out and just seeing if Glamorgan get themselves into a bit of a sticky situation as Sussex did?
There were plenty of discussions this morning from the players and coach Richard Johnson, Rory Coots, Tim Murtagh.
So the answer is no.
Well, I think when you look at it, as you rightly say, Middlesex very close now to avoiding the follow-on, but well, one run away. But the challenge here would be Middlesex would have to score at perhaps 6 and over for the next 3 hours to set Glamorgan 150. And the average runs per wicket in this game would make bowling a team out for 150 pretty challenging.
There's applause from the box next door. The BBC team for Middlesex avoiding the follow-on. I think that was Nick Webb. I'm going to name and shame BBC Radio Wales applauding Middlesex avoiding the follow-on. Roland Butcher's on mic at the moment as well.
Are they meant to be impartial, the BBC commentators?
It was a mischievous applause, that one from Radio Wales. Oh, dolly back. And that's the end of De Carey's. And well, we've just seen a couple stop this morning from Ingram to the right-hander. There was one defended on the splice. He was in position early. It just popped back down the crease. Never a danger on that occasion. But on this one, closing the face. And De Carey's departs for 20. .471 for 6. Middlesex had just avoided the follow-on.
So the leg spin of Ingram here, just as you said, a touch on the slow side this pitch, understandably because of the lack of sun to dry it out. Josh De Carey is just trying to nudge that into the leg side for a single. It's just caught a leading edge, pop back to the bowler for Glamorgan's 6th wicket.
Oh, I said he'd been, if anything, a fraction short this morning, Ingram, but this is why, isn't it? If he was going to be one way or the other, for exactly that, just to make sure there was the chance for that ball to pitch, grip and stop effectively on the right-hander. So he's played it well. Like I say, if anything, he's just been a fraction short at times because that's the area of a length that really he's most interested in right now.
It is, yeah, good piece of bowling from the part-time leg spinner there. Lovely line, bit of drop, on the ball, and just a bit of turn, just offered a little bit of turn, and it shows, obviously. Glamorgan, Mason Crane has missed out on this game. Former England spinner. I'm sure Mason's still got aspirations to do that in his career. Middlesex have got Luke Holman as well, who wasn't named in this squad. So a couple of wrist spinners in the ranks who, in hindsight's a wonderful thing, we know, could have been really effective here on this drying pitch.
Big smile from the skipper. He'll be smiling widely with his side trailing by 149 now. Follow on avoided. He would have taken that if he were told when Middlesex went out to bat with Stoneman and Robson. And even at various few junctures, been an excellent innings with the bat all the way through from Middlesex. But even throughout at various junctures, he'd have quite happily have taken 4-7-1 for 6. Follow on avoided, and he joins Ryan Higgins, a combative cricketer as well, at the other end. It'll be interesting to see if that changes much. Spinner on to Roland Jones. Will he be able to resist for a long period of time? The short boundary to the leg side.
Very clean striker of the ball, Toby Roland Jones. We've got obviously Middlesex debutant Henry Brooks coming in next. Fine player. Tom Helm, we've seen score some runs, and then Ethan Bamber's done a very good job, especially in the night watchman role for Middlesex over the recent years. So still plenty of batting to come amongst the Middlesex bowlers.
Well, 80 off 43 deliveries here from Roland Jones would be pretty useful. That's nicely flighted, really well landed again by Ingram, right on the spot. I'd mentioned about they're bowling against the slope at both ends, but of course you're hitting against the spin to the shorter boundary for Ingram at the moment, which is the reason why they're deployed at the ends they are. Track that one down. Shake of the head from Ingram as he walks back. Just see it didn't quite release as he intended. Again. Lewis Deploy, left arm spinner at the pavilion end, turning it up the slope. He probably got the most purchase off this surface of any spinner in the match.
He did. I had a good watch of Lewis bowl in the warm-up this morning. And you can imagine that should Middlesex get bowled out here, that we would see a lot of the spin of Deploy and De Caires just to get through the overs and move the day through after the seamers have a burst.
471 for 6 at the end of the over. Carey's caught and bowled for 20 by Ingram. Yeah, that's the other side of it, isn't it? Talking of, did Middlesex put their foot down here at all and try and put Glamorgan into a difficult position at some point today? The flip side is a day in the dirt for the bowlers on a pitch and a ball. You can't keep saying pitch first. The ball first and foremost is the focus here, isn't it? The Kookaburra ball on this surface early season hasn't really offered the seamers much.
It hasn't, and you can't also underestimate there's a lot of cricket to be played in this block, and this is tough for Glamorgan. They've been out there actually now longer than Middlesex were out there in this first innings. Talking to David Harrison, their Glamorgan assistant coach this morning, they only had 2 days of a pre-season game against Cardiff University. The rest of the time, really, barring one net, has been spent indoors, so they haven't got too much match time in them. And the Glamorgan bowlers will be finding this tricky, especially at this early time of year at the moment.
Dragged down, 2 back, but he bisects them. That's a good effort. Oh, and he's done it. Outstanding by McElroy. I didn't give him a chance there, I must admit. Up the hill, he's managed to stop the boundary. Taken just the 2. I don't think Higgins gave him much of a chance either of stopping that.
No. Tall left-arm fast bowler, an outstanding piece of work there on day 4. McElroy's got through some work here for Glamorgan with the ball and still throwing himself around in the field. So credit to the left-arm fast bowler there.
Ooh. Kept a fraction low on Higgins. And that was Sam Northeast's chat at the end of day 2. You know, game's heading to a draw. He said, well, you never know on the final day. Does it turn a little bit more? Does the bounce change at all? Beautifully bowled. Nothing doing from the umpire. There is that foothold from Mir Hamza outside the off stump for Higgins.
Got the sense this was more a hopeful appeal than an appeal of expectation. Yeah, not really convinced were they, but asked a polite question.
That was close to it there. There's an idea. I was saying just before you came on that it's just a fraction too wide, isn't it? That foothold to really be of any great danger, but you never know. You land one in there.
Yeah, it's a good length. I measured it this morning actually out there, so it's actually 8 feet from the popping crease.
Yeah.
So it's in the right area, but you're right. It's just a touch wide, you would say, especially as the off spinner's bowling against the slope as well. That would need to be perhaps a bit tighter in to really come into play on day 4.
End of the over, 473 for 6. Just that sweep dragged away by Higgins, which looked a boundary all the way, but for McIlroy's effort on the rope. So 135 for Higgins. Roland Jones will have the strike. Just trying to work out, is it the length of it there? Does it slightly suit the shorter bowler, off spinner Carlson, than the taller De Carey's? But if it's going to suit one of the two, I guess the shorter one is the one that might have a chance.
Yeah, it's a pretty. You say 8 feet from the popping crease would be if you were doing a coaching session, that's probably the length that you would put down a target for most spinners. You're right though, the taller you are, generally you can afford to go a touch fuller. But yeah, the line is the biggest thing there really that makes it just a little bit outside the danger area, and you can see it just here on this shot here between Higgins and umpire James Middlebrook. If that was 1 foot further over to the left towards James Middlebrook, it really would be in the game. Those with really good eyesight might just be able to see just next to the umpire's right leg. You can see the small mark next to the stumps, which is where the danger area starts. So it's still quite wide there, and the left armer hasn't been running on the pitch.
I was going to say 2 left-handers. They've missed a trick, haven't they? Glamorgan. Keith Barker, if he's tuned in, will be shaking his head. All those years of hard work he put in for Cheatham Patel at Warwickshire. Match down at actually it was the De Carey's match down at the Ageas Bowl last year. Barker, I think, had roughed up a few footholes for the spinners in that one.
Yeah, again, that was a Kookaburra ball game, wasn't it, last year? On a very dry surface.
Roland Jones off the mark, 9th ball, just whips that one away wide of mid-on.
It's obviously not the Ageas Bowl anymore, is it? It's got a new name this year. That's a good question. Is it the Utilita Bowl, possibly?
Really?
I think so.
Oh dear. I'd only just got used to stop calling it the Rose Bowl.
Only took you 15 years.
Well, it's got a fond place in my memory, that one. It got me a trip to Antigua. Day out at the Rose Bowl in 2008. Actually, you mentioned Mason Crane, ended the over here for 7-4 for 6. He played against Middlesex in Abu Dhabi, didn't he, in 2017? Middlesex won the title 2016. I remember doing an interview with him out there because he'd just, at that point, been the first overseas player since, off the top of my head, it was Waka Yunus, but it may have even been longer than that. The first overseas player in the Sheffield Shield.
It was. Burst onto the scene there, went over and played club cricket in Sydney, did phenomenally well, got picked for New South Wales, and then ended up in a test match for England, didn't he? Progressed so quickly during that period, but Mason is obviously a very talented bowler and can bat as well. Obviously just has struggled for opportunities down at Hampshire of late, and a move to Glamorgan on loan just to try and get some more regular red ball cricket. Fine performer and a huge talent still in the game, still a very young man, and still a great way to go in the game.
Almost landed it there, didn't he, in the foothold, that one, but big stride from Roland Jones meeting it outside off. Funny way cricket works, it only needs one to land in that foothold and do something, and all of a sudden everybody's seen it. It's in everybody's mind.
That's right. One ball that spins or swings or seams, and it's doing plenty in some batters' eyes.
Any batters you could name who are...
No, would never. Would never name any batters. They work incredibly hard. They tell us how it's a very tough job. They only get one chance, obviously.
Slightly wider on the crease that last ball. Trying to create an angle, Carlson. 4-7-4 for 6. Healthy looking card for Middlesex. It was a card that grew and grew for Glamorgan, just got bigger as it went on because of North East really, but then Ingram at the end as well. It was like a pyramid partnerships, but that is a healthy looking card. And again, where Holden and Deploy for, that was just coming together of batters at that point. Actually, everybody, you could almost look at that and think, oh, somebody went cheaply. They didn't. It was the two above Holden and Stoneman went in quick succession. There we go. De Care is not out overnight. He'd faced 52 balls, as Gus had pointed out. You know, it's a good start to the season that everybody's faced minimum 52. Well, everybody 64 at the moment, down to Roland Jones. With another kookaburra around next week, Glamorgan at home to Derbyshire. Middlesex away to Northamptonshire. What did you expect from the Northants surface up there? They've obviously got a couple of spin options.
Yeah, I think Northampton has been traditionally a good pitch over recent times. I think hard to know really. I don't know what the conditions that the ground staff have had to deal with. Obviously, there's been a lot of rain around the country. The wettest March since 1872, according to one of the national newspapers.
Remember it well. Oh, now. Wasn't quite to the pitch that. Now, this is what we talked about, the interesting one. Roland Jones, he's got such a effortless flow with the bat, doesn't he? But in this situation, if the ball stops, could create something interesting for Ingram. Works out nicely for the single.
Yeah, but just back on Northampton, I know that they were actually one of the first counties to be able to get outside. They didn't. I don't think they had a marquee up, but like Middlesex did. But they were able to get outside relatively early on. So I guess that the conditions have been okay for the groundsmen to do their work. Sorry, I should say ground staff, not groundsmen. Obviously, Lords have got some female ground staff this year, which is great to see.
Just a moment there for Higgins, wasn't there? Had to get back with the underarm throw. End of the over, 4-7-6 for 6. Four more overs to the second new ball becoming available to Glamorgan. Big chat there for North Eastern. Carlson. You'd imagine they'll take it straight away, no reason not to, even if the spinners were bowling with it.
It's just helping Glamorgan here this period of spin as well. Obviously, overrated, drifted down to -2, it said on the board. So back up to level for the Glamorgan supporters watching. No points being lost.
There are a couple of scallywags saying, quick, get to the follow-on and declare. Come out of the match with more points, because as you said, you know, it seems ridiculous that they scored 620 for 3 and didn't get maximum batting points in this one, Glamorgan. Middlesex themselves are only just 10 runs shy of the third batting point, which again, you know, it was a hugely pressured innings, this one, so very unlucky to only take 2 batting points out of this innings, Middlesex themselves.
2 off 20 balls for Roland Jones here. Not the typical speed at which Middlesex members will have seen him play at. So I suspect there's a captain there who's pretty keen not to put his bowling boots back on.
Day in the sun batting, Toby, or a day in the dirt?
Healthy smattering of members and supporters around the ground, you would say, for a day 4. What's your thoughts, Kev, on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday 4-day cricket schedule?
Four, 7, 6 for 6 at the end of the over. Yeah, it's you can never please anybody. I mean, there's so many that will tell you we don't want cricket at the weekend, so we want to go and do things with our family. We want cricket during the week, so we can go and watch it then. Weekends are busy, you've got things to do, family to see. Everybody else is off work, you want to go and see them. So it's a horrible schedule to try and work out in that sense. One good argument is that on Friday, you'd hope you'd be able to convince corporate to come in. Sell a few corporate boxes on a Friday, get them in, and Saturday and Sunday, families are able to bring kids in, come and see the cricket day out, the picnic, and then Monday, for those that can and those that want, and if you can't, tune into the stream. What about yourself? Thoughts on a Friday start?
I think it's a really good point you make around everyone's watching requirements are slightly different, aren't they? So yeah, a very tricky schedule. Probably the answer is a bit of everything, isn't it? Some games that run just midweek, some games that straddle weekends and try and capture as many people as you can. I actually did the Middlesex Cricket League podcast a few weeks ago, and Dan Hoff, one of the presenters, said that one of the great things about the stream is that kids can come in from school and still watch 2 hours of cricket live on the stream. And I thought that was a huge positive as well, around the streaming that all of the counties do now, is that young people, even on a weekday if they are at school, can still tune in and listen to you talk about cricket for 2 hours, which is inspirational, I'm sure.
That's a lovely shot. Beautiful flow of the bat from Roland Jones. Pick up a couple. I thought that was why I was moved to the stream, because I talk less on the stream than I do on radio.
Was there a sort of a petition that went up there?
We won't hear him as much if he's on the stream. Gets through. Couple maybe. Should get back. And they do. There was one reverse sweep attempted yesterday. It went for byes, didn't it? The keeper had gone across to try and preempt the shot. The sweep was missed, and through it went for byes.
Couple more byes there against Chris Cook's name. It's something that the wicket keepers hate, that, isn't it? Byes going against their name, and there have been wicket keepers around who've gladly looked through how many byes another keeper's let through in a game or an innings as well. Something they're very proud of. It's a wicket keeping group.
28 extras in the innings now for Glamorgan. Well, only for Middlesex.
Carlson's bowled a few no balls, actually, hasn't he? He's bowled quite a few no balls. I don't know how many. Obviously, in this cricket, no ball's worth 2, so get hurt even more by that.
Now, there we go. That was very, very close. Did it land in it? It certainly turned a lot more. And a use of the feet immediately afterwards from Higgins to pick up the single. Sort of we're talking about one that does just get a little bit of something and then all of a sudden it's in the batter's mind. Now another use of the feet from Roland Jones. Morgan won't mind this. Hams are warming up at the moment at square leg, so not too long left for Carlson. This could be his last indeed. Up in the air. Hassan won't get there. Just behind him. Made a fair effort to get there. It was always one of those he didn't really fancy the fielder's chance. Turning, swirling. Inside out as well from Roland Jones, so there's been a bit of spin on that ball.
Another use of the feet here from Roland Jones. You've seen it a few times. Looks like he's just trying to pull that one over the mid-on fielder who's up. Little bit of a leading edge. Very difficult chance there for the fielder. Swirling around your head. You've got to try and turn and get your balance. Real intent still from Middlesex. Number of times both Higgins and Roland Jones have used their feet in this over. 4-8-3 for 6.
Let's have a look back at the ball that did turn, see how close it was to that foothold.
Yeah, just trying to get wide on the crease there, Carlson, you can see. Just push the ball into the right-hander, Higgins, and as you saw on that image, Higgins trying to give himself a touch of room to hit that through the offside. We'll see just from this angle about that foothold.
Long way short of it.
The line was good, but it was just a touch short of the foothold. So
interesting, the turn he did get on it though. Yeah, the line was there, just a fraction short. Played uncomfortably by Higgins, but that's probably it from Carlson now. This will be Ingram's last, you'd have thought. Although there's a fair chat happening at the other end between the wicket keeper. In fact, it's not the captain who's involved. Where's the captain gone? He's up close to the bowler.
Suspect the Glamorgan bowlers will be pleased to see the back of this ball. Probably toss it to the boundary rope with some disdain in a moment and gladly accept the shiny new red one.
It's off-lighted again by Ingram. We've seen it a few times from Roland Jones now, haven't we, where he's almost threw it too early. Temptation to give it a couple of overs more here. They've been an interesting, well, Carson's last one in particular.
I think if Glamorgan take the new ball, you can have a bit of both, can't you? You can have a look at the seamer again and just see if you can get any swing, and if not, you can go back to the spin pretty quickly. So in Salisbury doing some work for Middlesex again this year. Very keen on the spinners bowling with a harder ball. Thinks they get quite hard done by. Only ever really getting to bowl with the softer one. And he says that you can forget that spinners can get the ball to bounce as well with a harder ball.
Turn up the slope again there for Ingram, starting short and wide though. Single taken. More for Roland Jones to face in this over, and then that could be it from the spinners from now. Hamza looks well warmed up at mid-on. Across the front of the leg slip. Thick inside edge from Roland Jones. Across the front of the pad as well. Picks him up a couple. 4, 8-7 for 6 Glamorgan. Middlesex trailing by just, Middlesex trailing by 133. And Glamorgan now have that option of the second new ball. It looks as though there is one more for Carlson though before they go to it. I was thinking that I didn't see anybody else warming up other than Mir Hamza, so maybe they'll keep spin at one end. Seen any of the others warming up at all, unless McElroy's the only one that I've not perhaps seen in shot regularly from where I'm sat when he's down below us. But it looks as though it's only Mir Hamza warming up.
James Harris is an outstanding athlete, so maybe he doesn't need to warm up, maybe just be ready to go.
Bit as much to get you excited in this over from Carlson as there was in his last. I was going for that foothold again, wasn't it?
Be a certain member of the Middlesex changing room will be excited there. That's Carlson's just pulled up his 100th there. 2 for 100 off 35. A great effort. You know, no shame in those figures whatsoever, but certain new member of Middlesex's coaching staff used to enjoy other bowlers going for hundreds. Still does enjoy other bowlers going for hundreds.
Four 8-8 for 6 Middlesex. How is he as part of the coaching staff now? Because it is a transition, isn't it, from being a player to being a coach? Does it mean you had to hear more from him now?
I didn't name anyone when I said which coach. Why do you assume it was Tim Murtagh? It's brilliant having Mertz around. He's really grown into it over the winter. Learning a lot from Richard Johnson from a technical perspective with how to, you know, with how to work with bowlers and how to work with different players. And he's just seen a different side of the game, and he's really embraced it. He's going to spend a bit of time with the first team and spend a bit of time with the second team as well, which will be great for the younger players coming through. But he's been a wonderful addition to the coaching staff, and it's brilliant for our team, not only our bowlers, but our team, just to be able to continue to lean on his experience.
Speaking of experience, Mir Hamza, 1 for 74 from 25, 6 maidens, a couple of big appeals. He's probably had the most appeals, I'd suggest, of the bowlers in the match. Just the 1 wicket so far, though, that of Lias Deploy. LBW to Hamza for 37. Might have been slightly unlucky on that one. Might have just been outside the line of off.
Not overly attacking here from Glamorgan, just the 1 slip in pace with a gully as well. Couple of fielders back on each of the boundaries. 1 fielder back at deep square leg, just out of shot there on the left, and 1 fielder back at deep cover point, just out of shot on the right as well. So slightly in outfield here for Mir Hamza, just to work his way into his spell. But as we saw in the first innings, with the first new ball, that he did get the ball swinging. So a real threat and a high quality international bowler.
stuck with the older ball for the first couple of deliveries from Hamza. Be interesting to see how long they give him with the older ball, see if it's reversing. I mean, that's the closest he's come to getting anything from it, was reversing yesterday evening. So clever move to throw him the older ball at this stage and just see if anything happens with it. Holds its line. Draws Roland Jones into it across the right-hander. Nice shot. There's that flow of the bat on the Roland Jones drive, just bringing the bat down. It looks so effortless because of the height of him. Let's pick up a couple, didn't go fully through with it.
Right, those long levers just able to push through the length of the ball there. And the ball just slowly crept its way up the hill towards the pavilion, 2 runs. And Higgins and Roland Jones just managed to avoid a slight collision in the middle of the pitch as they were running, which would have been a travesty.
Hamza going to come left arm around now to Roland Jones. Short mid-wicket in place as well as slip. Those are the 2 catches. Just such a distinctive style, Roland Jones, doesn't he? So languid, I guess, with the way that bat comes down and comes through. 491 for 6 Middlesex. Into the 164th. It's going to be Carlson to continue that older ball at the nursery end for now. So Hamza 1 over with the older ball. That's a nice use of the feet. Look at that go from Higgins. Hope they're watching down in the groundsman's hut. Watch your heads.
Well, we've seen the Middlesex batters use their feet a lot here. Higgins down the pitch again to Carlson. Full delivery from Kieran Carlson and a full swing of the blade. 6 over long on.
No one snoozing on the ground cover today. Oh. Smile from Higgins and a nod of the heads. Again, interestingly, that was just short of the foothold that we've been looking at. outside the off stump playing a shot there.
We've spoken a lot here about the use of the positive intent of the feet of the Middlesex batters, and just a great side-on shot there of Higgins. Down the wicket towards the nursery end, just able to get closer to the length that Kieran Carlson is bowling. And pretty low-risk shot for 6 there.
New ball signals. So one over with the older ball for Hamza to see if there was any reverse for him. Not any indication whatsoever of anything through the air for him. So over to the new ball. Amir Hamza. Ooh, nice little use of the feet there from Higgins first up. Vast expanse on the offside with mid-off and cover in position, and then nobody bar a deep point all the way around to what is second slip. Higgins clearly seeing that gap on the offside and thinking there's runs to be had. Too shy of a 150, Middlesex too shy of 500. Stands up tall to that length delivery. Through it goes. To be watchful of this third new ball for Glamorgan.
Yeah, that one's carried through nicely there for Mir Hamza, as you'll see on this replay. Left armour charging in still on day 4. That one's just bounced and left Higgins. So still plenty in this with this new ball, as we've seen. You know, I think you get probably 15, 16 overs of the Kookaburra ball swinging and doing a little bit, and Middlesex can't take this period for granted, even though Higgins is very well set.
Scored 137 last year for Middlesex at Trent Bridge in the final game of the season. Ryan Higgins. Now his highest Middlesex score. What's coming first, the Higgins 150 or the 500?
That's a very good question. I think because their fielders back here, I'm going to go Higgins, hopefully to get a single. And then Roland Jones will be the one who ticks over the 500, hopefully.
Or the 7th wicket, of course.
Now, we're not allowed to say that, are we?
Well, it would have been tempting fate if we didn't, is my psychology on that.
So you've gone for the reverse psychology. Okay. Do you now need to reverse the reverse psychology?
It's that one that bounced so far really in this over for Hamza to make us really sit up and take note of the third new ball. You reckon you're right on the Roland Jones will bring up the 500 for Middlesex. 498.46. His highest score, Ryan Higgins, in first class cricket is 199. I've got a feeling that'll be on his mind. 148 now. Hasn't scored a double century before. Average of 33 in first class cricket. He's a much better batter than that average.
He is, yeah. When Ryan moved from Middlesex to Gloucestershire, he opened the bowling often and batted slightly lower down. He's now up at 5, pretty much a regular now at number 5 in the Middlesex order. Was fantastic in Division 1 last year with the bat, and a phenomenally good start here. McElroy into the attack from the nursery end. He's got to be known as Rory, surely, hasn't he? That'd be the Glamorgan nickname. Masters coming up, starts on Thursday. Any predictions for the golf, Kev?
No, I was going to say, I probably should follow. I do like golf, but I don't follow it particularly. I like to play it, but... Richard Johnson's a big golfer. You are as well? Here's the... Roland Jones has got it. You were right. Roland Jones for the 500. Well done, Coley.
Just a little tickle around the corner there for Middlesex captain Roland Jones. Brings up Middlesex's 500, 997 balls, 647 minutes. The Lord's scoreboard is telling me. A fantastic batting effort from the team so far.
Yeah, Richard Johnson's a big golfer. Does he drag you out on the course?
We've played in the past. We haven't played for a while, actually. Some big golfers in the Middlesex changing room. Robbie White sets up the Masters prediction competition. We got the WhatsApp this morning, the whole squad. Tom Helm's a very good golfer as well. Toby Roland Jones hits a long ball, as you can imagine.
Rosebery was up in the media centre yesterday or the day before. His family have that hotel, have a golf course at Middlesex Day, and they're up at Durham.
The Ramside, beautiful hotel. I think a lot of the football teams use it as well, actually, I think. Well, we were staying in there one year and met David Moyes, who was staying there as the Sunderland manager while he was up there. I don't know if did the Sunderland job last long for him? I'm not sure it did.
Not sure how far across he steps there, Roland Jones. We're at an angle where, had he have stepped across, I can't quite see from where we are on the stream, though.
Well, umpire Hassan Adnan at the bowler's end here was very, very quickly shaking his head. Pitched outside leg stump. Might be just going down as well. Good decision from the umpire.
If they'd have gone upstairs, what do you reckon? Just clipping? And then the question would have been, was it just pitching in line? But 2 areas of doubt for the umpire there.
Yeah, I think that would have shown just pitching outside leg stump. Probably would have gone on to hit leg stump. But we just overheard there from the BBC box next door. They're in agreement. Probably the right decision.
Interesting with Lias Deploy, actually. I think you were on with me when he was very leg side, wasn't he, batting outside leg stump. But then Mir Hamza, he was batting outside off. Extraordinary change. Of course, it was Hamza that picked him up in the end as well, but it was such a noticeable shift to go from your back foot's outside or on leg to then your back foot's outside off when you're facing the left armour. Huge, huge shift for him, which was really interesting to see. 5:02 for 6.
I think it's that proactivity that Lias showed yesterday, which is why he's such an exciting player to watch and why he's been so successful in England. The ability to change a method in the middle of a game, and even in the middle of an over, just so that you're doing the thing that is going to help you score the most amount of runs. There's a lot traditionally of batters, and this will be all through all cricket, you know, into club stuff, batters who just take the same guard every innings they play, no matter who's bowling, stand in the same position. So that proactivity is brilliant to see.
Mentioned Robbie White there on the. He said it was a sweepstake that he set up for the Masters. Obviously, White will be one of those challenging for the gloves for Middlesex now that Simpson's gone. He was the deputy for so long, hasn't he? But Jack Davies was impressed with the bat a great deal in the last couple of years. Quick edge for Higgins. It's going to bring up his 150. Will it make it? No. But will they get the all run for? Yes, they will. Who was it who made the dive? McElroy. There's the 150 up for Higgins. Brilliant from him. 367 minutes, 266 balls, 16 fours and 1 6. And Middlesex's recovery in this innings. I say recovery, ongoing. Climb in this innings very much down to their number 5, Higgins, an outstanding knock.
It has been. Came in at number 5. Not, you know, the wicket has been very favourable for the batters we've seen, but an outstanding effort for his first 150 for Middlesex.
Now the inside part of the bat for Higgins. Hamza's excited out there. That ball that raced away. For what looks like 4, Hamza was celebrating the edge, wasn't he? Or excited about the outside edge. Now the inside edge. And look, he's full of chatter now, Mir Hamza.
We'll say you just said there, Mir Hamza very much into this spell, and credit to the Pakistani overseas bowler here that he's still running in here for his team, still trying to make things happen. You've got to love that competitive spirit in a bowler.
He wants to get off the field. Again, you know, you look at it from afar. Higgins got 150. Well, Northeast got 335. Look at the scores in the match. But when Higgins came out to bat, even 203 for 3. Middlesex still required what 270 runs to avoid the follow-on at that point. So there was an awful lot at stake still. And Stoneman and Holden had just fallen in quick succession.
You can't underestimate this innings from Ryan Higgins and the importance of it. As you said, I think Middlesex had lost 2 wickets for 4 runs in the immediate overs before he came out. And one of the criticisms you might say, sorry Kev, one of the criticisms you might say of Middlesex is 507 for 6 after 168 overs. Yeah, one of the recent criticisms you may say of Middlesex has been the succession of wickets that have been lost in games. You know, there's often the old adage of 1 brings 2, and in some cases that's been 3 or 4 for Middlesex at some of the more tricky batting times. So that's the little partnership there of Duploy and Higgins, and then Higgins obviously going on to bat very successfully with Davies, De Keras, and now Roland Jones. It really has steadied this ship for Middlesex and ensured that the follow-on was passed, and with relative comfort in the end.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, it was only 10 overs shy of the second new ball as well when he walked out to bat. So it was a danger point for Lias Duploy and Higgins when they came together. Just a little bit through the air there for McElroy.
Yeah, it will swing. It will swing, this ball. If you get the seam position right, the Kookaburra ball does swing.
John a Kev theory.
I feel that we're going to get subjective to one even if we say no. Do you need a big build-up for this theory, or are you just going to go straight into it?
I'm looking at the flags today. The strong wind that they were running into. Cold wind. For a couple of days. It was bitterly cold out there. Not quite so cold today. Maybe a little bit more through the air for the bowlers. No. Leg side, leg side. He's starting leg side, Roland Jones. You can see a lot of the stumps. He hasn't taken a big stride across, and a bit of swing.
Yeah, McIlroy's definitely using these warmer conditions today, isn't he, to get this ball swinging. Been a big threat to the front pad here. In tight to the stumps, pitched outside leg again, probably just going down. Pretty similar to the one we watched in the last over as well. But
again, you'd think about going upstairs for it, wouldn't you?
I think if there was DRS available, Glamorgan would have definitely gone upstairs for one of those last two.
It would have turned out to be the wrong one probably as well.
Has the wind changed direction? That would be the other thing. It hasn't. It's still...
Well, not particularly, no. It's been coming in throughout the match from behind the pavilion, which is the warmer breeze. The easterly wind that comes in from behind the media centre is the direction of the colder wind. That's the Mike Selby theory. Couple here, Roland Jones. Hamza comes around.
So that's east behind us as we sit in the media centre, isn't it? So nursery ground is east of the main playing area. Okay.
Which is the colder wind. That's what Selby always said, you know, when he arrived each morning to see which direction the wind was coming in from behind the media centre, the colder wind. It doesn't swing as much from behind the pavilion. A warmer breeze, and you fancy that's it. We'll get a swing today. Flayed away by Roland Jones. Distinctive square drive from the Middlesex skipper.
We spoke earlier on about that long flowing bat of Roland Jones, and there it was again. Even the bottom hand came off the bat there as he steered that in front of point for 4 runs. 5-1-4 for 6 Middlesex. 169 overs gone now.
There's the flags today, lying pretty dormant. In fact, that's the most troubled of the 3 flags on the ground at the moment. The pennants of the MCC, the Middlesex flag, the Glamorgan one above the away dressing room. I'd actually driven in this morning thinking, if Kohli comes on today, I'm going to try and come up with a theory for him.
I'm still going to go with the theory here that the wind is just blowing a bit more in that direction rather than the temperature theory, if that's okay.
Yeah, across the ground, yeah. Yeah, it is. No, it is slightly more across the ground from over the top of... Would you say it's fair to say it's more over the top of the tavern today? Nice shot for a single. Yeah, they've been running from the nursery end headlong into the wind so far in this game. Carlson actually was getting some good drift, I thought, from this end, running into that wind. There was no theory, I literally just thought that up just for your sheer entertainment. I should add that theory was all thought up on the way in just purely for your entertainment. There was nothing behind it other than that.
So you're backtracking on the theory. I'd have preferred if you'd have just said it with conviction and stuck with it.
I'd still be getting shot down in 3 weeks by you if I did. But you're going wind direction rather than wind speed and temperature. It's a good stop by the athletes. He's going to pull the Usain Bolt at the end of it there as well.
I think there'd have been a few words there. Very good friends, Toby Rowland-Jones and James Harris there. Toby probably thinking he's got a guaranteed 4, and James Harris just pulling out a diving right-handed stop to save the 4 runs down towards the mound stand. Brilliant piece of work from the former Middlesex, former Glamorgan and current Glamorgan seamer.
Flowing back again. That'll be another one to watch out for when Harris comes on to bowl. Harris to Rowland-Jones and Harris to Higgins to some extent, the man who took Harris's place to begin with, and now Higgins has taken it back.
Yeah. He is, and James Harris, a very well respected county cricketer, is chair of the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, so heavily involved in the organisation of the game and looking after the players and their rights. So does a fantastic piece of work there for the whole of the professional playing group. As I said, incredibly well respected in both changing rooms here today.
He's dropped back to deep square now, Harris. Last ball of the over. Oh, and Hamza's going to come left arm around for it as well. Late attempt at a leave from Rowland-Jones. Gets away with it. 170 bowled, 515 for 6. Middlesex trailing by 105. Yeah, 43, I think, was in my mind for that. Was what the deficit was when Middlesex pulled out against Sussex a couple of years ago, and then Sussex got themselves into a pickle. 60 for 5. I particularly remember that anything really changed. That all of a sudden there was a reason why Middlesex were able to go through them in that fashion on the final day. Let's have a quick look, actually, talking of other scores, other matches. Let's have a look at what's going on today. Start at Trent Bridge, which has in Division 1 been the one that's really captured the eye this week. Nottinghamshire are 26 for 3. They require another 309 to beat Essex. Hamid, Duckett and Slater falling to Cook, couple for Cook, and Duckett was picked up by Porter. Clark and Montgomery together. 2 hat-tricks in that match? 1. Oh no, they survived the second one, didn't they?
Just pushed into the leg side there from Higgins, using that swing that McElroy's still getting from the nursery end. Another single. Another single, taking him up to 157 from 271 balls.
Not being mischievous as I was a moment ago, but the point with where the wind's coming from as well, when we talk about it coming from behind the media centre, the colder winds, the saying is too cold to swing. Is the theory, isn't it? It's the wind's too cold from behind the when it comes in from the east.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something in that somewhere. The aerodynamics of swing. Maybe, perhaps you could do some research before the next time we're on the stream together, Kev, and fill us in.
Played away in a similar fashion to Rowland-Jones in the previous over. That one just for a single, though, wasn't quite There to get all of it, Higgins. Yeah, Cook and Cox fell in that Essex second innings to Hutton, who was on a hat-trick. That was survived in the Nottinghamshire innings. Oh, bottom edge. McElroy having to be fancy with his footwork to get off the surface there. I think he forgot the angle of attack that he was coming in from.
Yeah, tricky one for the left arm of this, bowling round the wicket. Easy to get onto the pitch. Pull shot, attempted pull shot from Roland Jones. Yeah, I think he's some nimble footwork there from McElroy after he lost his balance slightly.
Well, Middlesex bowlers wouldn't mind that. Keep going. Edged. And that is it. Roland Jones is gone for 20. Flashes hard outside the off stump. Good tumbling stop by Cook. Middlesex 7 down past the 500, trailing by 102 still. McElroy that's his first wicket of the match, picking up the Middlesex captain.
Yeah, full delivery this one from McElroy, still round the wicket to the right-handers. Roland Jones just trying to throw his hands through that. Looks like it's left, nipped a little bit away down the slope. McElroy skillful use of conditions here. And a good catch, diving away to his right-hand side by the Glamorgan wicket-keeper Chris Cook.
Who's next? Brooks or Helm? It's got Brooks on the card. Coming in ahead of very useful Helm. And, well, as we said, Bamber's a pretty useful number 11 as well, isn't he? Here's a side-on look at Roland Jones searching for that ball.
Just not quite to the length of it. It's Henry Brooks walks out for his Middlesex debut innings.
Useful bat, pushing Helm and Bamber to 10 and 11.
There was a gentle reminder to Ethan this morning from a couple of the players that he was down at 11. Ethan Bamber for Middlesex very much valued his place batting above Tim Murtagh at number 10. But with the addition of Henry Brooks into this bowling attack, he's slid down one.
If he never gets a 50, Ethan Bamber. Was it 49 he was on when Murtagh got out to Surrey last year? He then had that knock that which you referred to as well, where he was night watch. Well, at Merchant Taylor School, I think it was. Here's Brooks, though.
Yeah, Henry has shown in the Middlesex pre-season that he's a more than handy batter here. He's got a pretty decent first-class record with the bat for Warwickshire. Obviously, he's spent some time out on loan. It was at Derbyshire last year as well for a period of time, but average of 20, just over 20 in 33 first-class matches with a high score of 84. With 5 50s as well, so more than capable with the bat.
Not good enough to push Roland Jones down to number 9 there.
I think the captain's pulled rank there and told the youngster he's probably got to earn his way up the order, one more spot. But one of the strengths of the Middlesex lineup is you would say that there are a number of people. We spoke about the number of openers right at the start of this morning, Kev. There's a number of people who can, number of the bowlers who bat at number 8. And a number of all-rounders as well, which do help to lengthen that Middlesex batting lineup.
Was the last ball of the over that Roland Jones fell to, so Brooks has to wait for his first delivery. Hamza continuing around the wicket here to Higgins. He's got a deep mid-wicket, a deep square, warming up Harris. We're not going to see Harris to Roland Jones today. And a long leg as well. Well, at least we're not going to see Harris to Roland Jones. Might see Roland Jones to Harris later. Turned it into 2, Higgins. Brooks waited on the call. Ricky Elcock was up on the mic with us yesterday. His son was here as well with him. Said that he used to play cricket with Ethan Bamber at school, going back to Middlesex as number 11. Very, very good bat, he said. Which I think, as you say, we've seen hints of at Middlesex, haven't we? But the number 11 at the moment, so yeah, it's a pretty good batting lineup for Middlesex, again with Jacaris down at 7 as well.
Single there for Higgins, just bringing Brooks on strike for his first ball. It's a Middlesex player, never played at Lords, so this will be the first ball that he's faced as well. Pakistani international Mir Hamza running in from the pavilion end.
Well, saying that when he was bowling for Brooks, he started up at the nursery and then went to the pavilion. It was a real challenge for him to find his way at both ends, really. Third slip's just come out to short extra cover.
Played it nicely. First ball out of the way. That'll be a nice sigh of relief probably from Henry Brooks.
Back down the slope with the angle from Hamza. A little puff of the cheeks. Wasn't that close, but of course he's every right to pretend that it was. Try and get into Brooks's mind.
As we said a moment ago, Mir Hamza still charging in from the pavilion end. That one's just nipped back down the slope there, kept a little bit low as well. Kept the bowler excited, which is always good to see.
What does he do with this one? Last ball of the over to Brooks.
He might try and blow his boots off here, I think.
There he goes. And asks for the catch. 5-2-1 for 7, end of the over. Middlesex's highest score at Lords, by the way, just been handed the note, 612 for 8 declared versus Notts in 1921.
Brooks just across his stump slightly here, didn't manage to get too much on that. Mir Hamza very excited for the LBW. But a bit of an indication as to where Cook had to pick that ball up for as to the direction it was travelling.
Middlesex within 99 of Glamorgan's score. Within 90 of the highest score by Middlesex at Lords.
I'm just doing some very quick research on that. Looks like Middlesex won that game by an innings and 197 runs.
When I was handed the note, I was thinking there was a chase against Notts in the 1920s, wasn't it? Wasn't that the previous highest for Middlesex prior to that? Yorkshire chase in 2014, the 472. I think their previous highest chase was at Notts in the 20s.
I can't believe you were handed a note. I thought you just pulled that out of your brain, the Middlesex's high score. Game was on the 1st of June. Middlesex 612 for 8 declared from 151.3 overs. Nottinghamshire 132 all out and then 283 all out.
Hey, talking of stats, so we're working out, last Glamorgan batters hit 200 in the opening round of the season, opening innings of the season. It's Hugh Morris. And then the other stat that came to mind was, could there have been an earlier, or was this the earliest of the triple centuries being scored in England?
Could be. You wonder if there was one against one of the uni sides in a warm-up, in a sort of one of the early first-class games that used to happen around this time.
Edged just short. Second slip. In position, no slip. Or a wide slip, I suppose you'd say, but tumbling stop. And well short. With Colin Ingram in there.
Credit here to both Glamorgan bowlers making things happen. McElroy round the wicket. Higgins just had a little feel of that ball as it came into off stump. Obviously soft hands has meant that the edge has dropped short. Tricky for a slip fielder in these games, how close you get. Obviously not a huge amount of pace in the pitch, but soft hands from Higgins ensured that it dropped short.
End of the over, a maiden for McElroy, one for 73, 24 overs now. It's his 8th maiden. At the triple century, which I didn't realise, because the only other time that I think I've commentated on triple century was the Justin Langer in 2007. I'm pretty sure that's the only other one I've done, which was a match very similar to this. Lots and lots of runs and not many wickets down at Taunton. And actually that was an April start as well, but April 18th I think I looked up that game started. But yeah, earliest championship triple century it's got to be, surely.
You would think so, and you would also think there used to be that milestone, didn't there? 1,000 runs for a championship batter before the end of May was always this kind of huge target, and for somebody to stake their claim. And remember Hick and Mark Ramprakash and Graham Hick often sort of trying to get close. I think Nick Compton was pretty close one year for Somerset.
Denied by the rain, he only needed a handful of runs, didn't he? Denied by the rain at New Road.
So Sam Northeast, the former Kent batter, is very much in the box seat for that now.
End of April.
He'll have 6 more games until the end of May to achieve that feat.
Miles into the attack. That's a nice little tuck by Brooks out to deep mid-wicket.
Henry Brooks off the mark for Middlesex. Craig Miles into the attack, the bowler on loan to Glamorgan from Warwickshire. Just drifted this one into Brooks's left knee roll. On top of the bounce, clipped it beautifully for 4 runs down towards the tavern stand to get his Middlesex account up and running.
Leading edge. Oh, full short, just in front of extra cover. Root coming around.
We saw this earlier on. Josh DeCare's just trying to go across the ball on a slightly slow surface. That does give you a chance of getting a leading edge. Henry Brooks lucky there that ball didn't end up in the hands of cover, as we're just about to watch now on the replay. Just looking to work this ball from Miles into the leg side. It's actually above leg stump, that ball there, so he's slightly early on it.
Yeah, and it did go down the slope as well. You're always looking to see if it held its line or did actually go off the surface, but life for Brooks. Another stat, end of last season, Sam Northeast, second innings at Cardiff against Yorkshire, 166 not out. So he hasn't been out for 501 runs. That's a lovely shot by Brooks. Again, it'd be 4 on most grounds, but all the way up the hill to the biggest boundary here. They'll run 3.
Yeah, 2 more for Brooks, is 3 more, sorry, for Brooks's total. 7 from 7 now. I think importantly there, North East has also not been out for 8 months, which is quite an impressive effort.
Well, you may well get the chance to try and emulate Gooch as well with a century again today. Gooch 3-3-3 and a century in the second innings against India. James Harris is below the scorer's box off the field at the moment. I assume comfort break, but he's actually doing all his stretching exercises against one of the railings. Oh, a little bit of width, looking to cut.
Higgins disappointed there. Short wide one from Miles. Just kept a little bit low and went under his bottom edge.
James Harris off the field doing his warm-ups. Obviously popped off for a comfort break, but he had his leg up on that railing a moment ago.
Dude, what a pose that is as well. That's selling some jumpers for Glamorgan cricket, that, isn't it?
Power pose.
Screenshot that.
Can't believe he didn't give us a wave. Come on, Harry, you know it's us. 528 for 7. Harris leaps over the advertising boards and heads straight to the umpire to hand him his cap. There you go, he's just handed his sweater and his cap to the umpire and he's ready to go. Wicketless in this innings so far. But he's bowled well and he's bowled with a really good economy as well.
I was just going to say huge credit to all the Glamorgan bowlers here. They've, Middlesex have gone up basically 3 and over for the 174 overs that they've been batting. So great control showed by all of the Glamorgan bowlers. Carlson's done a great job with his off spin mainly from the nursery end, backed up really well by all the seamers. So huge credit to the Glamorgan attack.
Nice start, right on the spot. Unerring accuracy from Harris throughout this innings. I'm not sure, you might have said it to yourself already, but it struck me that Middlesex's bowlers had to go out and find something on this pitch because the onus was on them to do so. They were bowling first, they put Glamorgan in, test the ball, test the surface, the paces, the areas to bowl, angles, whereas Glamorgan, it appeared, well, they've just watched Middlesex do it for 620 for 3 and they knew where to go straight away and they've done it. Harris hasn't really left that spot, just a fraction full of a length, nagging on the off stump.
No, I think you're right. It's obviously a lovely feeling to be walking out there to see a huge score that you've got to bowl at. But yeah, Glamorgan have been very, very accurate here. Haven't missed a huge amount. Haven't strayed from their very disciplined line and length, and have tested Middlesex's forward defensive very well on a very good pitch for batting.
There he is again, inside edge, saves Brooks. But right on that spot, 3/4 of the way up off. Thick inside edge, settling down the excitement of the Glamorgan players who were all about to go up.
You could just see on screen there, Henry Brooks just checking the inside edge of his bat there, probably a big red cherry on it after this. Full delivery from James Harris. And yeah, just jammed it between bat and pad, a bit closer than it probably looked first time.
Yeah, clipped nicely that one, final mid-wicket. Get him a couple more. But just going back to the length that Harris is bowling on, it may always sound obvious to say, well, of course he's bowling just full of length off, but actually, and it's a good comparison with this pitch, the Kookaburra ball, because the test length is just a fraction short of a length, just outside the off stump, whereas Harris has relentlessly been hitting that off stump 3/4 of the way, halfway up almost. He's been extremely full of length, which is not a regular professional length. And it's not said disrespectfully, but as such, there's 3 lengths. There's a club length, there's a county length, and there's an international length. And actually, in this match, Harris in particular, and a lot of the Glamorgan bowlers were straight onto that more club length.
And you would say that, you know, James Harris is probably a bowler in county cricket who does bowl a touch fuller than most. You think of all the great spells he bowled for Middlesex, high numbers of LBWs and bowls and players coming forward and nicking the ball behind. So he's a bowler who gets the ball full and makes things happen, both in the air and off the pitch.
Now he's taken a fair step across there, Brooks, but he's okay. Harris down on his knees. Don't think it showed any sign of straightening that one. But with the slope, he had a chance, Harris.
Yeah, this is definitely worth another look. You saw Harris down on his knees after he bowled that one. Almost begging Hassan Adnan to give that out. And that's a good decision again, I think. Just going down too much. Hasn't quite straightened enough. You do see those given, but you can see why the umpire hasn't given it.
Well, you could see all of off stump, really, couldn't you? What you really were looking for was that any indication whatsoever that that ball did something late through the air or off the surface. There's no indication whatsoever.
No, there wasn't. But a good over from Harris again. Another Glamorgan bowler. 175 overs into this innings, still running in, still trying to make things happen. And I suspect after these two we'll still see Douthwaite again possibly, and he was again a bowler who tried to make things happen throughout the middle part of this innings.
What was it for you? I mean, Douthwaite for me was the first one that really got the rush on a few batters in this entire match, really. Helm did as well, with an extra bit of pace in the Middlesex attack, and his figures didn't really tell the story of his day. A couple of big drops. A number of edges, but Douthwaite for me was the one that really made a batter look rushed in this game.
I think credit to Dan Douthwaite, he actually made the batters think, and that obviously presented its own challenges. You know, with the short ball theory, he was round the wicket, he was over the wicket, he played about with his fields, and he wasn't intent on letting the batter settle into one rhythm, and that then does create new problems and different challenges for the batter. So, as I said, big credit to Douthwaite for his work there, but to all the Glamorgan bowlers.
Clipped straight to mid-wicket. That's the end of Brooks. Entertaining 9. He's had a couple of moments, though, in the 14 deliveries that he had. 8 down, trailing by 89 Middlesex. 531 for 8. And does that change the approach at all of Higgins at the other end? We'll have to wait and see.
Miles, again, just slightly full of that length you're talking about there. Well placed, the captain, Sam Northeast, has put the fielder there just at catching close mid-wicket. And Brooks has managed to pick him out pretty well. Straight to the catcher there in the leg side for Glamorgan's 8th wicket.
So Tom Helm, who just gave a mention to, he'll come out to join Higgins, 162 to his name. Well, to change Higgins' mindset in a couple of reasons. We talked about the 200 as a personal milestone for Higgins, but also in terms of the match, still 89 behind. A Middlesex think, well, go on then, up the tempo a little bit, and if you're close to parity, perhaps just even in the lead. At some point, come out with the Kookaburra ball and find something early. A couple of wickets. Just try and put some pressure on, but yeah, only 2 wickets standing in this innings. We'll see if that changes Higgins' mindset at all. We're 20 minutes until lunch on day 4.
Yeah, I think there'll be 2 Middlesex bowlers here, Helm with Bamber to follow, who will be hopefully pretty intent on supporting Ryan Higgins' endeavours with the bat for as long as they possibly can. I still think it'd be a very tricky thing for anyone to force any sort of result in this game.
Oh no, absolutely. I just meant, you know, the innings is 2 deliveries from an end now, isn't it? So does that change in any way? 1, his thought of a 200 Higgins, but 2, in any given match situation, when you've got a couple of wickets left at the end, you think, well, standing at the non-strikers, and this could be over in 2 deliveries. Do I do a little something, have a little bit of fun in the meantime?
It would be fascinating. It would be exciting and fascinating to watch if Higgins did decide to put his foot down.
Nice stroke from Helm.
Helm is a man on a mission. Zeb Brooks has been slid above him in the order, so the Middlesex fast bowler will definitely think he's got a point to prove here.
Well, he is an outstanding bat, isn't he, Helm, actually? And you say, I was messing around saying Roland Jones has kept number 9 at number 8 ahead of him, but actually, yeah, Helm is a very, very good bat, isn't he? So Helm batted 3 sixes in that Sussex match last year as well.
Clip round the corner there, down to fine leg for Helm, just to get his 2024 runs account underway.
Starting leg side and staying leg side, Higgins. 2 mid-wickets catching for Glamorgan now, with Miles' right arm over to Higgins. Deep square, long leg as well, so they'll be keeping that straight line, which we've been talking about in this match. And again, we're talking about the lengths. Generally, in professional cricket, batters score off the stumps. That's why bowlers will be hitting top of off and just outside of. But in this match, it has been a match to bowl at the stumps, and it's actually quite difficult to score off the stumps. There's that little bit of width, and happy to go at it. No movement through the air, or a great deal through the air or off the surface, so batters are happy going at the wider delivery in this game.
Yeah, I would assume no swing there, so the temperature's probably dropped at Lord's in the last 5 minutes. Higgins, full delivery there from Miles. Higgins, a thick outside edge, down to third man for 4 runs.
Edge just short, gets through for 4. Higgins walks down the track. He'll have a smile on his face. Say, yeah, there's your one. Now hang around, I want 200.
James Harris length up there again, dragging Tom Helm forward. Thick outside edge, just bounced in front of Ingram there at first slip for Glamorgan, unable to stop it. And ran away for 4 runs down towards the Middlesex players on the 12th man bench.
Clip to a Helm. Mid-wicket doing the fielding. Warmer day today, and players taking the sun in.
Here we go. Quiz question for you, Kev. One of those 3 players on that bench has a one-day international 100. At least one. No. So it's Martin Anderson from Middlesex on the right. Asa Tribe in the middle for Glamorgan.
So Anderson on the right.
So in the middle there is Asa Tribe, who is a Jersey international. He's played five one-day internationals with a high score of 115, and he averages 60 in ODI cricket. He's played 21 T20 internationals with a high score of 73 and an average of 21.
Yeah, made the news last year. Made the front page of the BBC Sport website. Jersey cricket. What was that qualification for? Mason Crane was the batter on the player on the left. I should add in that shot.
I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure. They obviously
Qualified for something. Somewhere.
Yeah, lots of World Cricket Leagues that go on for the associate nation members who sit below Test cricket, but they all play. They don't play Test cricket, but they all play T20 international cricket and 50 over international cricket.
To be a single, no, to get back for two. It's wide enough of the deep square.
I will, as a little disclaimer, just say that the reason I know that is that Asa Tribe played for Crouch End in the Middlesex League a couple of seasons ago, before he went down to university in Wales. So I do know a little bit about his background.
Were you thinking of picking him up at that point?
Yeah, Asa played, had a couple of games against the Middlesex League 11, and Asa played in those. But he was always going down to Wales for university, and as you know, it's been a tricky thing for Middlesex to sign players of late in terms of the ECB sanctions that the club are under, and with the vast number of talented young batters coming through the system, there probably just wasn't space. But it's great to see that he's been given this opportunity with Glamorgan, fine young right-handed batter, bowl some handy off spin too.
That shot. Field back for Higgins now, so he's been forced to do it in singles.
Obviously on that trio on the bench there, Martin Anderson, Swedish father, double S in the surname, hence the double S in the surname. And
he hasn't played for Sweden yet, though, has he?
He hasn't. He did get Jonty Rhodes was coach of Sweden for a little while, and he did get a phone call about it, but no, he never ended up playing for Sweden. Bit cold there. Does it won't swing in Sweden, will it?
Not even for your entertainment am I bringing up any more theories ever again. Yeah, this was it. Jersey set new record T20 victory as they thrashed Guernsey. June 2023. This was the women's side. Winning margin of 157 runs to record in T20 internationals. World Cup qualifier.
And these games you're talking about, they have the same status internationally as England playing Australia or India playing Pakistan, and I think that, you know, that's a great thing. Similar to the football world, you're representing your country playing cricket and has the same status as anywhere, and I think that's fantastic and great to see so many countries now entering the World Cricket Leagues and the ICC associate competitions, trying to qualify for World Cups. Can only be good for the game worldwide.
Pulled up in the air by Helm, and it lands safe again. Root coming around. Saw one earlier from Roland Jones. Hassan backtrack him. It's an attempted drive. This was a miscued pull.
We did see one from loop over mid-off earlier on from Roland Jones. This one a pull shot. Tom Helm attempting to exploit that shorter leg side boundary, a top edge. Root not quite able to get there, running back from square leg.
Just looking through some of those other jersey results. Of course, there's World Cup qualifiers and all sorts. The T20 World Cup.
Miles still running in here from the pavilion end. 5 minutes before lunch, fantastic effort. This one just draws Higgins into a little fiddle outside off stump there, play and miss. Higgins been out there now for 288 balls, but still able to play and miss, so got to keep concentrating.
End of the over, 5-4-4 for 8. Have you got your expenses sorted for your recruitment mission that you'll be on at the T20 World Cup in New York in the middle of the summer? Go out there and see a few prospective T20 players for the Blast.
Yeah, what a fantastic gig that would be. I'm not sure we're getting that one through. But
Fifth Avenue Hotel.
Have you seen the pop-up stadium that's going up?
Nassau, yeah.
Yeah, it looks brilliant.
Only 35,000 for the India-Pakistan match. Can you imagine the competition for tickets for that game?
Yeah, there could be a ticket tout's dream, that, couldn't there, for only 35,000 tickets sold, and there'd be lots and lots of interest in that fixture.
Run away for a single by Helm. Gives the strike back to Higgins just before lunch. Particularly see Higgins open up at this stage. Come back out after the interval and think about his own milestone.
Inside edge for Higgins there, just looking to punch the ball off the back foot into the offside. Thick inside edge. Lots of the fielders on the rope there for Higgins now. Trying to bowl as much as they can at Glamorgan, trying to bowl as much as they can at Tom Helm, the Middlesex number 10.
Of course, with 8 down at the moment, a wicket's falling this over. Lunch will be delayed by half an hour with 9 down, even on the final day. Tea the only movable feast on the final day. Fixed at 3:40, but lunch can move. Should a wicket fall, I think this... No, might get one more over after this, actually, before the interval.
Suspect there'll be a few players from both teams eyeing up a double dessert day, I would guess. Glamorgan, both teams have been in the field for a long time in this game. Glamorgan will be 180 overs gone by the time lunch comes for Glamorgan. If it is at 1 o'clock, that is.
Well, were lunch delayed by half an hour and you go off at 1:32:10, would you be more inclined to tuck in than the dessert, that little bit closer to the end of the match? Well, I suppose it's from the bowler's perspective as well. They're off the field then.
I think Jimmy Harris will have bowled 29 overs by lunch. I suspect he'll have earned as many desserts as he wants.
He never eats a dessert, does he?
No cheese boards though, unfortunately, for dessert. Just a bit of ice cream. Maybe a bit of Mississippi mud pie.
That's still on the go in the Mississippi mud pie.
I haven't been up there for a while. I try to avoid it. Not because the food is phenomenal, but because I don't do any exercise, and therefore I'd be the size of a house if I went up there every day. Yeah, I believe there's still a good array of desserts up there. All part of the Lord's experience for home and away teams.
Nick Compton was the first to tell me in his first stint with Middlesex of the Mississippi mud pie was the best dessert. I remember Ed Joyce at the time saying, yeah, Compton can basically look at it and then the calories fall off him, whereas I'll have to run around Lord's 20 times to run that off, so I'm not touching it. And that probably will be lunch. Yep, the bell's going to be flicked off by the umpire. That is, according to old father time anyway, lunch on day 3, or is it the batters? Ooh.
No.
Yes. So they will come back out after the interval, and Higgins will have the chance of a 200, the first 200 in his career. Middlesex trailing by 74. Alan Coleman, thanks very much. Enjoy the Mississippi mud pie. We know the truth, really. Join us back in just under 40 minutes when we'll pick up the commentary here. Middlesex trailing by 74. They're 546 for 8. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Umpires out to the middle. Players just arriving. And the cap off for Dan Douthwaite to open up after lunch. Big, broad-chested bowler. Bustling. Busy action at the crease. Gave the batters a bit of a rush. On a few occasions in this innings, even with a older Kookaburra. Well, he's got one now that's only 14 overs old. It's the hardest ball that he'll have bowled with in the match, so let's see how he goes. Ryan Higgins on 168. He's thinking of a personal milestone, yet to reach a double ton. Middlesex just shy of their highest score at Lords, 612 for 8 declared. Tom Helm on 9. Had one top-edged pull that he survived before the interval cleared the infield. 4 up on the single, 1 slip, a wide slip, and then 4 back on the ropes. And an inside edge bisects the deep square and the long leg, but the pair managed to combine. Prevent the boundary, so Middlesex still trailing by 73, avoiding the follow-on this morning. Josh DeCary's just after. Caught bowled by Ingram for 20. Toby Rowland-Jones also gone for 20, caught Cook off McElroy. And Brooks was caught Douthwaite off the bowling of Miles for 9. Davies the last to go yesterday, LBW to Carlson for 60. Well run. Which one? Let's double check. I just wanted to give it the depth and didn't disbelieve you for a moment, Jake. Yes. Do I ever disbelieve anything you say, Jake? Gentle start after lunch. Not rushing the batters as much as he did yesterday, Douthwaite. Well, Hassan with the ball after lunch from the nursery ends. Interesting move. Just the 3 overs so far, none for 17. Is it fair to say Glamorgan have exhausted all options in this match with the ball now? He would have required one more wicket before lunch to delay lunch by half an hour. Inside edge, rolls down the pad. The prospect is there of an afternoon in the dirt now for the visitors, before the trip back to Cardiff. Taking that from a straight line. End of the over, 548 for 8. Lovely shot. Sweeper's back though, just a single. It's a lovely shot by Helm, chops down on it, kept in control, long leg back, deep square had come up, but even still, Middlesex moved past the 550, 553 for 8, 718 minutes, 1,088 balls. Nothing doing on this one. Couple more to the total. Middlesex 65 behind now. $555 for 8. 182 overs done now. Hard toil for the bowlers in this match, much as it was for Middlesex, now so as well. About 1,101 deliveries. Economies have been excellent, as Alan Coleman pointed out earlier. Full back now. Deep third, deep cover, deep square, long leg. Sam, the one batter in the match. Probably to De Carey's and Roland Jones. Numbers 7 and 8 for Middlesex. One batter will just feel as though his average was hit slightly in this game with 16 to start. Only because he has such a good average. Elias Deploy, his 37 drags him down a little, but 43 otherwise for Sam Robson and the entire top 6 for Middlesex, or 4 of the top 6 going past 50 otherwise. Same as it was for Glamorgan, but for Ul Hassan. Can he get a wicket to take away with him? Higgins would be a decent scalp to claim. 557 for 8, so Middlesex 55 runs away from equalling their record score at Lords. 612 for 8. He's the man with the highest individual score, Sam Northeast, 335. Will he get a chance to add to that at some point today? Plenty back from lunch already. Jack Davies far right, Sam Robson, Josh DeCary's in the centre, Max Holden, Elias Deploy in the left. Ethan Bamber in the background, padded up. The last man due out for Middlesex. There's the pads, down on one knee. Alex Fraser, the Middlesex analyst, to the left as you look of Ethan Bamber in the background. Be a few snoozing in the background, won't there, after lunch? Tim Mercer at the back there. Studying something. Oh, it's Mark Stoneman reading, not Mercer. End of the over. Bounces finish, another maiden, 1 for 60 Douthwaite. Fourth maiden. Still smiling. 300 deliveries now for Ryan Higgins. For his 171. .300 deliveries faced. Long time he's been out there. Again, when he came out with Middlesex only just past the 200, still with the best part of 270 to score to avoid the follow-on. Trailer by just 63 now. Field's well set for Higgins at the moment now. He's got to do the forcing again. They're just going to leave it on the off stump. Lovely shot, gets it through on this time. That's the game at the moment, trying to force through the gap. Does so well, picks up 2. That's 174. $561 for 8. There we go, the scorer's box. Let's have a look. Alistair Hignall with the binoculars going at the moment. Where's Don Shelley? Must be to the left. Oh no, that's not Alistair Hignall with the binoculars. That's our scoreboard operator. There's Don. He's in his Middlesex cap. So Alistair's the other side of Don. Don's sitting back now. Match referee sits over in the Warner stand to the right of the pavilion as we look from the nursery end, not with the scorers. Own little box. The control room over there, as it is now in the rebuilt Warner. W.R. Smith, Will Smith, match referee for this one. Angle back in. Helm taking up time in the middle. Looks though he's settled into it this afternoon. Particularly throw the bat, but had 1 or 2 more shots about him before the interval. But Higgins within sight of his milestone. Middlesex within sight of their record score at Lords. Top ball to in the over. Just the 2 off it. 563 for 8. So assuming Middlesex aren't bowled out or Glamorgan don't collapse, then 10 to 5 handshake looking on the cards now. It probably looked on the cards at about 11 o'clock this morning, but 57 they trail by. Lovely shot. Super's done well. Billy Root is out there coming around on the ropes. For Helm, it's only 2 back, deep backward square, and deep cover. 2 sweepers. Other than that, everybody on the single. Catcher at short mid wicket, just in case Helm uses a bit too much bottom hand. Shovels one into the onside. There's a lovely shot of Billy Root in the foreground there. Looking up at the scorer's box. Long leg's got a lot of sweeping to do out there. Mir Hamza. Vast expanse across the Warner and the grandstand for him. A little bit of help from mid-wicket. Halfway across the grandstand, but it's yeah, a lot of ground to cover. Full Hassan strays onto the pads. Karachi-born Mir Hamza, Islamabad for Ul Hassan. Or bowled or played. Oh, lovely shot. He's a good basser, Helm. Again, Brooks had to do well to push Helm down to 10. Goodness me. Can't need the batters in the match so far. I'd be proud of that one. Slightly overpitched from Ul Hassan, but beautiful shot nonetheless. .42 away from equaling their best at Lords, which was for 8 down as well, declared 6-12 for 8 in 1921 against Notts. I guess there's something to be said for Middlesex in the fact that an opposing county, they may not be the first, we'll have to look this up, but Glamorgan 620, they've scored more runs at Lords than Middlesex ever have, so that's something for Middlesex to try and wrestle back in this game, go to 621 so that Glamorgan haven't outscored them on their own ground. 612 being their best. I have to check and see the high scores at Lords, see if anybody else has gone beyond Glamorgan 620. We're also focused on North East's 335, and rightly so. Highest first-class total at Lords, Australia 729 for 6 declared in 1930. Bradman went big in that game. Let's just draw up the card. Test 195. Bradman scored 254. Skipper Bill Woodfull scored 155. Kumar Dulsheep top scored for England. Scoring 173. So he played in 12 tests, 3 centuries and 19 innings, 5 50s. Sussex batter as well. Either side of Duleep in that innings, Hobbs, Woolley, Hammond and Hendren. Percy Chapman, the captain of England at the time, Gubby Allen. What names? The Australian lineup absolutely dominated by Donald Bradman. So that's the highest test, all first class. The highest championship score on this ground was by Durham in 2002, 645 for 6 declared. 31st of May. Just too soon for Rocky Stoneman. Michael Goff opened with Gary Pratt, remember him? Running out Ponting infamously. Is it Trent Bridge? Martin Love scored 251, Gordon Mutchell 127. Middlesex bowling lineup led by Abdul Razak. 46 tests for Pakistan. 265 ODIs, 32 T20 internationals for Razak. Or did he retire actually? Feels like he went on for a while. Last test was 2006. Last List A match was 2018. T20 in 2018 as well. Yorkshire versus Calendars at Abu Dhabi. Might have done that game. Chad Keegan, Simon Cook, Phil Tuffin and Paul Weeks in the Middlesex attack that day. Middlesex lineup: Andrew Strauss, Sven Koenig, David Nash coming in at 3, the wicket keeper Owen Shah at 4, Ed Joyce 5. So Glamorgan's sits 4th of the highest championship scores at Lords, of which Middlesex don't feature, of course, in that top 4. Chance for them to put that right today. Notts a second on the list. This game I did do 642 for 9 declared. Stephen Fleming was the skipper. Remember that game well. Notts won by an innings and 25 runs. They were really rampant over Middlesex in that final innings of the match, looking for the victory. Nick Compton top scored of Middlesex, 105 unbeaten in the first innings as they were bowled out for 230 as he carried his bat. Opening in those days with Ben Hutton, who was out for a 3rd ball duck. Owen Shah 26, Ed Smith 28, and Morgan got a first baller in that match. Caught Elaine off the bowling of Shrek. David Nash by this point dropped down to number 7 in the lineup. Inside edge from Helm. End of the over, 570 for 8. Currently Middlesex, so again this is 42 shy of their highest first class score at Lords, highest championship score at Lords. There's the man that has the record, 335 northeast on the left of those 3. So yes, Nottinghamshire in reply. Stephen Fleming hit 192, Samit Patel hit 156, and Will Smith hit 141 not out. Run-outs indeed, run out for 141. McElroy back into the attack, replacing Douthwaite at the pavilion end. Tell you that sat up above the lords.org sign in the background there is Will Smith, the man who scored 141 run out in that match. He'll be in the control room up there somewhere. Won't quite be able to pick it up on camera because of the reflective nature of the glass in the Warner stand. Ooh. Edge from Helm, straight into the ground. But yeah, that's 642 for 9, so Fleming then hit 192. Former Middlesex man, of course, so we can see what his highest first class was. 274 not out. In a test match, of course. It was against Sri Lanka, 274. Ooh, kept that one out well. Back and across Helm, right up there from McElroy. Paul Franks, part of the coaching staff at Trent Bridge, hit 64 in that game as well. 642 for 9 declared, so that's the second highest. Chris Silverwood, 3 for 91 from 25. Didn't look too bad that. Johan Lowe had to get through a few. 3 for 132 from 34. Chris Wright, still going as well at Leicestershire. 2 for 144. Chris Pepler and Paul Weeks. Hassan and Shah also had to have a bowl in that game. Middlesex in reply had another centurion. Ed Smith hit 147. It was LBW to Ryan Sidebottom. But Middlesex was skittled for 387 on that final day. And as I say, the captaincy, two matches, I always remember, just purely for their captaincy. That was one. Fleming was just trying everything to get those final few wickets. Johan Lowe hit 42, batting at 9. Chris Wright 25. Chris Silverwood 16 at the bottom as well, as Middlesex were holding on, although by the time Silverwood was there, 16 from 10 deliveries, 2 fours and a 6. But yeah, Lowe and Wright were hanging on in there. Peplow and Nash as well. They were all desperately trying to save the game for Middlesex, but Fleming's captaincy was a joy to behold. And the other one was Shane Warne when Hampshire were pushing for a win here against Middlesex in 2006. Into the 190th, 571 for 8, Middlesex. Third highest on the list was Warwickshire in 2001. This will be the Nick Knight match. 631 for 9 declared. Goodness me. Must have been a flat one at Lord's that day. Middlesex were 502 for 7 declared. Warwickshire in reply, 631 for 9 declared. Sorry, it wasn't the Knight, this was the Mark Wall one. 315 he scored. Caught Dalrymple bowled Bloomfield. 98 for Ian Bell as well. Dougie Brown 53. 631 for 9 declared. Middlesex had batted first. 502 for 7 declared. Centuries for Stephen Fleming, Ed Joyce, Paul Weeks and David Nash. Alan Richardson was in the opposing team that day for Warwickshire. Picked up the wickets of Paul Weeks, caught Knights for 107. And Dalrymple LBW for 11. Opening the bowling for Middlesex, Bloomfield and Angus Fraser. 1 for 109, 37 overs, economy of 2.94. Best economy of a seamer in the match, bar Vasbert Drake's. 1 for 78 for his, off his 31 overs. So can Middlesex break into that club, the top 4 here at Lord's? Actually, see how far down they're to 612 for 8 declared ranks. Oh, that match did end in a draw, I should add, in 2001. .572 for 8. So after the Warwickshire, now features Glamorgan, 620 for 3 declared. 2024. Those are the top 4 scores here at Lord's. 573 for 8. Middlesex. Middlesex's highest total ever, of course, was only just 3 seasons ago down at Hove. 676 for 5 declared. .573 for 8, 574 for 8 with a single. Just had a little check to make sure that 6-12 for 8 declared against Notts in 1921 is Middlesex's highest score. It is indeed. Gets it through. Mid off just a little wide. Helms into the 30s. So for Middlesex now, having gone past the 5-7-7 they hit here against Sussex in 1938. 5-8-3 versus Essex in 2008. So the next one to drop, this being at Lords. 5-8-7 versus Nottinghamshire at Lords in 1995. 596 versus Somerset 1908, and then come a pretty tightly knit group here of the only 3 occasions Middlesex have ever gone past 600 at Lords. 1995 they hit 602 for 7 declared against Sussex. 1919 608 for 7 declared against Hampshire, and then high score by Middlesex at Lords, 1921, 612 for 8 versus Nottinghamshire. Notts have skittled for 132 in the first innings of that. Harry Lee, top scored 243, unbeaten. Crutchley, 145. 80 for Patsy Hendren. Jack Kerr missed out, he came in at 3, got 2. Not in reply, skittled for 283 as Middlesex won that one. An innings at 197. Close catches there, a little bit of an umbrella field forming for Helm. 2 close catches on the offside, silly mid off, short extra cover, a short straight mid wicket, short mid wicket. Square leg's having a natter with the umpire at the moment, but he'll settle back in as part of a trio on that onside. In something of the umbrella field here. It's fine at the square leg. Single down to long leg for Helm. Right, speaking of scorecards, let's have a look at the current ones. We've just gone from Notts in 1921. Let's go to Notts at Trent Bridge. They are 72 for 8 against Essex. Top score of 19 from Clark, 12 from Montgomery. Hamid got 10. Nobody else has managed double figures there. 5 for 13 for Cook. Porter 2 for 36. Cook now has 9 in the match. 4 for 59 in the first. 5 in the second. Up Hamid, Slater, Montgomery, Harrison and Hutton, the last 2 to go, so he's still in the attack. On for the 10 for, but he can't get the ball out of his hands now. Match drawn at Old Trafford, Surrey were 15 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 202. Surrey get 3 bowling points from that one, no batting points for either side. Worcestershire lead Warwickshire by 316 runs. They're 289 for 3 at Edgbaston. 8 points for the draw again. If it were 5, would Worcestershire be tempted to pull out? Kent are 141 for 3, leading Somerset by 22 runs at Canterbury. Match abandoned without a ball bowled at Chesterley Street. Poor old Kevin James, former Middlesex all-rounder. He's gone all the way up there from his mansion in Hampshire. $583 for 8 here. Other Division 2 matches, Derbyshire versus Gloucestershire, match abandoned without a ball bowled. That's not brilliant. So other Division 2 scores. So it's Carlson back into the attack here. Northamptonshire are 42 for 3. They still trail Northamptonshire by 65 runs. Did I say that right? Northamptonshire are 46 for 3, trailing Sussex by 61 runs. Gay gone for 20. Broad's got a fourth ball duck, both fall into seals, and Robinson picked up Nair for 3. Proctor has 15. Bartlett has 4. Sussex 133 from Haynes, 78 Coles, 73 Hudson Prentice, Carson 61, Lamb 41, Robinson 32. Oh, that's sweet. Delicate reverse from Higgins, pick up a couple. Robinson in at 10, Carson in at 9, Lamb in at 8, hitting the 41. So a lot of lower order runs there for Sussex. 478 for 9 declared. Paul Finnan took a bit of tap, number 72 off 9. $586 for 8. So those are the scores. That was the Sussex one. Last one is at Headingley, where Yorkshire 196 for 3, still trailing Leicestershire by 354 in their first innings. A heavily rain-affected match. Lythe has 101. Brook has 64. They were 73 for 3 though, with Bean, Masood and Hill out. Wyke top scored for Leicester with 90. Scriven 56, coming in at number 10. Harris opened with 56. Ooh, oh dear. He's looking to get a move on. What have we got? Just under an hour till tea on the final day here. keeping themselves entertained, I'd suggest. McIlroy just about found the energy to join him. Umbrella's perfectly formed now. 4 on the onside, and look, here comes it, and now that is perfectly formed. 4 on the off. This was the Ricky Clark to Tim Murter field a few years ago. Murter just basically slapped it, cleared the front foot, no matter the length of the ball, and looked to slap. Ah! And he dropped short. Mind your heads. Thank you very much, says Tom Helm. The bluff, perhaps, from McIlroy. Helm equal to it. That's pretty much where he's going to leave it with the umbrella field. Only exception being long leg. End of the 196th. 591 for 8, Middlesex. Bowler's bar. Looking pretty sparse right now. We're watching the stream instead. Afternoon all. Higgins 15 shy of a first double century. Middlesex 21 short of their highest first-class score here at Lord's. Nicely done by Higgins again. He's got a little bit too much on it, only gets a single this time. Still a way to go to hit Middlesex's highest first-class score, which was that victory at Hove in 2021. 676 for 5 declared. That was the Robson and Stoneman opening stand. Just having a look to see trying to remember who Mike Gatting was opening with. They took the record, Stoneman and Robson, for the opening stand for Middlesex in that match. Robson hit 253, Stoneman 174. Opening stand of 376. Off the top of my head, I want to say it was Gatting and Langer, but I'm not sure that it was. At Southgate's, I think it was. They took the record from. Oh yeah, 6-7-6. Everybody was complaining about that one being a road. How could you get a result on a pitch like this? They're all complaining about that game. Robbie White got 110. Martin Anderson got 88. Middlesex then went and bowled out Sussex for 319. 156 from Tom Hayne opening. Ben Brown hit 80. Following on, Sussex skittled for 303. 87 from Haynes, 67 from Hudson Prentice. But Luke Holman picked up 5 for 90 in the second innings to go with his 5 for 65. Brilliant 10 for Holman. Could have done with him on this one, Middlesex. Here's Glamorgan's leg spinner in the match, Colin Ingram. Drop short, gets away with it, just a single. When they hit that 676 for 5, declared it had gone past 642 for 3, declared at Southampton in 1923, so a 98-year record for the highest team total. High score against Glamorgan, 633 for 7 declared. That was in 2002 at Cardiff. Andrew Strauss hit 141 that day. Ed Joyce 129. Abdul Razak 203 not out. Glamorgan scheduled for 235 in reply, following on 481 century from Stephen James up the top. Middlesex knocked off the runs to win by 8 wickets, 85 for 2. Well, they have that one in sight as well. 6-12 at Lords, 6-3-3 against Glamorgan. End of the over, 594 for 8. 48 minutes to tea on day 4. That's a cracking shot by Helm, beautifully timed. 4 on most grounds, might just be on this. If it gets there and they've run 3. Middlesex are on to 597 for 8. End of the over, they trail by just 23 now. Whoa, look at that one swung away by Helm. He's in the mood now. Middlesex getting close to this record. And that brings up the 600 at Lord's. 603 for 8 Middlesex. This is their 3rd highest score at Lord's, going past the 602 for 7 declared against Sussex in 1995. 608 for 7 declared against Hampshire in 1919 is next on the list. This man's got a milestone of his own to think of, Ryan Higgins. High score of 199. Sweeps hard, just a single. He'll keep the strike. End of the over, 604. 605 for 8. And that's 200 overs in the field now for Glamorgan as well. So they sit 3rd, just behind the 608 for 7 declared against Hampshire in 1919, then 612 for 8. The highest Middlesex score at Lord's. After that, 621 at Trent Bridge, 623 at Grace Road, and in 1994. 623 also at New Road in 1949. Then the 633 for 7 declared at Cardiff in 2002, their highest against Glamorgan. Scampered and through. .606 for 8. Goes big. How big? This could be the record. It's not. It's just short. Plugs as well. They've run 3. 610 for 8. Middlesex's second highest score here at Lord's. Helm moves to 49. Higgins on strike on 191. Oh. And that will be the record. Bit of a long hop from Carlson. Higgins hooks him away. And Middlesex reached their highest total here at Lord's. 613 for 8, going past the 612 that they scored in 1921 against Nottinghamshire. That was 612 for 8 declared. Helm and Higgins in the middle as Middlesex go to their highest score at Lord's. Drinks being taken out in the middle. Higgins just short of his best, 199. Goodness me, if he gets to the 200, he surely couldn't be thinking about a triple, could he? How much time's left in this game? 42 overs. There's time left for him. Were he to stay out there, goodness me, that would be quite something, wouldn't it? So drinks taken out of the middle as Middlesex make their own little bit of history in this game at Lord's. Gooch's 333 has gone as the highest first-class score. Middlesex have their own highest first-class score. So this on the list for Middlesex. It's a fair way down. They've scored a good number away at Lord's, away from Lord's. This is the 11th highest total in the history of Middlesex. 620 for 7 against Leicestershire at Southgate in 2003. Would put Middlesex 10th, or this innings 10th in the Middlesex history of highest totals. As the partnership's not looking bad. Dominated at the top by Stoneman and Holden, but Robson and Stoneman, let's not forget, gave it a really good start. There was a lot of pressure right up at the top. Higgins 153 with Davies. Notts are all out for 80 at Trent Bridge. Did Cook get the 10 for? 6 in the second innings. Is that 11 in the match? 10 in the match. He got 4 in the first innings. 6 in the second. So a 10 for Cook. Had a pretty decent start here at Lord's last year as well, didn't he? Cook and Porter went through Middlesex. Middlesex had a tough time of it in the second game at Northamptonshire, so they've come back well. They were under a lot of pressure, and that's why 620 for 3. There would have been echoes of the start to last season. Putting Essex in, and Essex went well. Middlesex got themselves in trouble. No trouble this week, though. Just records for Middlesex at the moment. Getting the Lord's record is a whopping 729 for 6 declared. So still 126 shy of that. But then if Higgins is going for 3 figures, so Higgins is 5 shy of his double ton. He'd be thinking about something bigger. He's only got 2 wickets left at the other end, though. That's the So Glamorgan 620 is the 12th highest score at Lord's. A single for Helm, and a well-deserved 50 for him. 50 from 100 balls. And a fine knock, a good stand here with Higgins. 100 balls, 100 minutes, 5 fours and 1 6. Together with the score on 531. Higgins perhaps just slowed up a little bit in sight of a 200. Just a dot ball fielded at backward point. Nicely done by Higgins. He's on to 196. Got to be a thought in his mind that once he gets to the 200, could he let rip? This is a very tired Glamorgan bowling attack. Very short boundary on one side. Three runs away from his highest first-class score. Ryan Higgins. Higgins uses his feet to Carlson. Long on back, so there's a single down to long on. So there's a long on in place, quite a straight, short mid-wicket. Almost a wide mid-on there, so basically that long on's there just in case Higgins tries to go over the top. Reverses. Now, is this going to be it? Fine at the backward point. Root gives chase. They'll turn for 2. A tumbling stop from Root brings them back for 3. And Higgins moves to 199, his joint highest first-class score for Higgins. 199 from 347 deliveries. 618 for 8 Middlesex. Oh, well bowled, Carlson. Higgins might have had his heart in his mouth there. That one got through. Helm's got to his 50, and he just about kept that one out. And again, well batted. All of a sudden, Higgins will be allowed to have his heart in his mouth. Should be all right now, though. Last ball of the over coming up. And a dot ball to end the over. So Higgins will have strike on 199. Middlesex are 618 for 8. Too shy of going past Glamorgan's first innings total. That fourth ball of the over have his heart in his mouth at all. Helm seeing it well. No run. No run again. Tobacco point. This could be it. This will be it. 200 for Ryan Higgins. First double century of Higgins' career from Middlesex to Gloucestershire, where he hit 199. Now goes past the 200 in his return to Middlesex. Magnificent innings. Had plenty to do. Middlesex was still 270 short of the follow-on when Higgins walked out to bat. They had a lot to do to match Glamorgan's total. Fitting perhaps that they go past Glamorgan's first innings total of 620 for 8, with 622 for 8 now, with Higgins on 203 from 350 deliveries. Absolutely astonishing knock under an awful lot of pressure from the off. It's almost easy to look at it now and think, well, it's been a flat one. That was his 19th 4-1-6. 504 minutes he's been out there, Higgins. Now how big does he plan on going? Just 132 more to have the highest score at Lord's. There's the end of the over, just a clog on the machine at the bottom for the moment, but 6-2 for 8 it is. Yeah, Higgins had 7 first-class centuries in 128 innings coming into this. 1950s, high score of 199, average of 33. He is a much, much better player than that average suggests. His last century was in his last innings, or his last match indeed, at Trent Bridge. Now track comes Helm. That goes. He's been waiting for a while, I think, Helm, where he's just been playing sensibly. Middlesex lead by 6 runs. .626 for 8. Just how far do they keep on going? Helm's highest first-class score. That's the other one to look at. And that is Helm's highest first-class score. His previous was 52. Sorry, Tom. Slightly overwhelmed by the other score at the other end. But yeah, Helm is a quality bat. So it's actually a surprise that 52 is his highest. Just a Well, funnily enough, this is his 4th first-class 50. And now his highest score in first class, so he's basically hit 50 and out, usually. But there we go, just Ethan Bauer to come, who's a very, very fine bat. So were Higgins to go even further in this innings, or Middlesex to go closer to other records, then he can rely on the number 11 to hang on in there with him. And this is the biggest danger to Middlesex now, that swing and a miss, or a swing and a top edge. But there is no reason why Middlesex couldn't go to that highest total at Lord's, breaking 700 mark, but it is that wickets column, of course. If you're Tom Helm, only better chances of a first-class century than the match situation, the ball, pitch is playing nicely. Now that he's gone past the 200, just how much does he open up, Higgins? Massive 6. He's played well within himself to reach the 200. That's the 100 partnership, 103 off 112 minutes, 183 balls. Higgins has hammered that one. Certainly reined it in the last little while, Higgins. $635 for 8. So just a reminder, that highest score at Lord's was by Australia in 1930. The Don going big as Australia hits 729 for 6 declared, 232 overs. The highest championship score at Lord's will be the next one for Middlesex to think about, 645 for 6 declared. Which was Durham in 2002. Oh, he gets that one fine. It'll be 4 more. Higgins moves to 215. Middlesex have gone ahead of the 632 for 4 declared in 1993 here at Lord's. The Australians against England in the Ashes. Goes again, Higgins. 219 he moves to. And the records could crumble. That moves Middlesex ahead of the Notts 642 for 9 declared with the Stephen Fleming knock in 2006. Fleming hitting 192 in that game. Reverses again. This one goes fine. There's an appeal. It'll be interesting to see what the umpire signals on that. Now, I thought he got something on it, be it glove or bat. That's a scamper for the second. Goodness me. Don't get run out now. So they tighten up. They're level. They're level with the highest championship score at Lord's, 645. Set by Durham in 2002. Oh, and he stumped him. And that's the end of it. Higgins is done for 219. 221 indeed. 645 for 8 declared. A brilliant innings by Ryan Higgins. Middlesex with the best part of 270 shy of the follow-on when he walked out to bat. And there was an awful lot of pressure still at that stage of the innings. But as he walks off, he has his highest score. Middlesex have matched the highest championship score at Lord's. They've gone past their highest score against Glamorgan, 633 that was, in 2002. They've smashed their own highest score at Lord's, 612 for 8 in 1921. Ethan Bamber will come out and join Tom Helm in the middle, but Ryan Higgins, a real moment to remember for him. Once he'd done all the hard work, he definitely deserved all the records that came after, his own and the team records that he was part of as well. Securing this match for Middlesex and making sure they were safe. Still resumed 11 runs behind this morning, 11 runs shy of the follow-on this morning. He did wonder whether he'd start to hit out and how far he'd go, but 2-2-1 for Higgins, his highest. Here comes Bamber. Joining Helm, who's got his highest first-class score of 55. Ethan Bamber, highest score of 49, not out. Left stranded by Tim Mercer against Surrey last year. They are still ...84 runs short of the highest total scored at Lord's. The Australians 729 for 6 declared. But they are 1 run shy of the highest domestic score, championship score at Lord's. Two balls to go of the over. Slight change of field for the number 11. Slip, short leg. Northeast going to be a second slip. Short mid-wicket not far away. Glamorgan might have a tricky little spell to bat before tea here. Well played, Ethan. And blocks out again. 6, 4, 5 for 9. So Higgins falling in the over, 221. Stumped by Cook off the bowling of Carlson. 645 for 9. The joint highest championship score at Lord's. What a match of records this has been. Highest individual score now belongs to Sam Northeast, 335. Breeding Graham Gooch. Highest championship score at Lords. So that goes past the 645 of Durham. Which in the history of Lords now puts this innings as the 6th highest score in the history of Lords in first-class cricket. West Indies 652 for 8 declared in 1973 is next. 653 for 4 declared by England against India in 1990. So the Gooch match. West Indians hit 665 in 1939. I mean, the Australian one's a long, long way away, but perhaps getting second on the list. South Africa hit 682 for 6 declared in 2003. That was Graham Smith hitting 259, the highest score here by an overseas batter. Nicely run away by Bamber to get off the mark. Single for him. One chopped away into the offside, but straight to cover. Tried to give it everything, Helm. Picks up a single. As I say, for these two, Helm could full well think about a first-class ton, a maiden ton. Bamber maiden 50 if they were to get in. So there is still plenty for these two to be out there for, to play for, to bat for. Going to be a bit of early season batting practice, and at this stage as well, you'd pretty much have the argument that they're better off getting early season batting practice, the Middlesex bowlers, than they are getting bowling practice out there. No point picking up an injury at this stage of the day. Ten minutes to tea on the final day. Will Middlesex go beyond England's highest score at Lords, 653? Quite the charge from Bamber there, and a fine block. 3 to tea. Well, 10 minutes to tea, isn't it? But 3 more in the over. Now he backs up. Great fun in the middle again. Glamorgan will be very, very keen to get off the field, get this wicket. Pad up for an hour or so after tea. Swatted away by Bambaroni to the square leg fielder. And we have 7 and a bit minutes to tea on the final day at Lord's. So Middlesex will take 5 for the draw and 3 bonus points, 8 from the match. Glamorgan 5 bonus points, so 10 from the match when this one's done. It's the chatter in the middle at the moment. Come on, lads, when are you going to declare? Checking the ball, are they? Just killing a little bit of time. To be fair to the Kookaburra balls, this is 209th, 210th over of the innings coming up. We haven't had a single ball change in the match yet. They did lose a ball. Actually, we did have a ball change because they lost a ball, but we haven't had a ball change due to a problem with the ball itself other than it getting lost. And out onto the road, below Old Father time. Short, pulled away, just a single. 650 up for Middlesex, 650 for 9. .33 runs to have the second highest score at Lord's. That'd be worth going for, surely. And they go off at tea. If they were told of records, the 729 for 6 by Australia is a long, long way off. But to sit second on the list at Lord's must be something worth going for. Dick Hedge squirts to point, no run. Side. Even with the slope, that one sliding down for the leg spinner. £650 for 9. 1 over to tea on the final day. Fun and games have stopped for a moment, but when they do come back out after the interval, we'll be looking at those record books again. I suppose if Middlesex were to lose a wicket in this over, we'd probably have to look for the lowest totals at Lord's as well, just in case Glamorgan got themselves into a spot of bother after tea. Sorry, Glammy fans. Mainly for Jake's amusement at the back of the box. Helm moves to 60. It is 60, no overthrows, they're backed up. But in all seriousness for Helm, he's on 60. Is he ever going to have a better chance for a first-class century? Look at someone like Tim Mercer. When Mercer arrived at Middlesex, 27 years of age, pretty good record with the bat, regarded as an all-rounder. It was ridiculous to think that he'd still have a 15, 16 season career after that and not score a first-class century. Some amazing innings over the years. Scarborough, I guess, would be the finest hour for him with the bat, he and Roland Jones. But similarly for Helm, as good a bat as he is, he's 30 this year. Pressure's off for the pair of them. It really is a glorified net at this stage now for Middlesex. So a chance for the 10 and 11 to make the most of it. I think their teammates on the balcony would be very keen to not have to warm up, to go out to the middle and have a bat, have a session in the field. Scoreboard at the bottom's got stuck again. There are 2 deliveries left of the session. Plunges forward in defence. 1 from 19 from Bamber. Again, this is as much for Helm and Bamber themselves to not have to go and warm up for a bowl. And that is tea on the final day here at Lord's. 651 for 9. Oh, hold on a minute. I thought you couldn't move tea with the extra half an hour with 9 down, but just maybe you can. So we have it 6:39. Oh, it's still 6:39, so maybe there's one more to be had before tea then. 6:39 it is, so unless that clock ticks over pretty quickly, we've got one more over to go. Oh, still 39. On we go for one more. Now, it's a nice shot by Helm on 64. Middlesex climb a couple of places on the list at Lord's now. Has he got him? Yes, he has. And that is it. That is tea. Middlesex 655 all out. So they move up to 4th on the list. They move ahead of England's highest score at Lord's, 653. They sit 4th on the list behind Australia, South Africa and the West Indians against Middlesex in 1939. As the 4th highest total scored on this ground. 655 all out. Helm the last to go for a fine 64. Played his part with Ethan Bamber at the ends there, and particularly with Ryan Higgins just before, but just looking to a little bottom edge. Good catch by Cook. Excellent catch by him. So Middlesex will have to come back out. Glamorgan trail by 35 runs at the close of the first innings, which not quite sure any of us would have predicted that when 335 were racked up. We'll be back in 20 minutes after the tea interval. Middlesex all out, 655. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lords for the last time in this game. Final innings, or final session of the match. 31 overs remain of the game. Glamorgan trail by 35. Ethan Bamber's going to get us underway from the nursery end around the wicket. And Hassan leaves alone. 16 in the first innings. Only top order batters fall below 30, so Hassan will be desperate to get a little knock to take away with him. We're expecting he's got 47 minutes to gain those runs and get ahead of the Middlesex score before declaring behind. Declaring ahead, indeed. For anybody just joining us, records tumbling in this match. Gooch's 333 has gone to Sam Northeast 335. Ryan Higgins has hit a double ton for the first time in his career. Lovely shot by Hassan. I think fingertips in the covers. Hold him to 2. Middlesex now have the 4th highest score at Lords, behind Australia, South Africa and the West Indians against Middlesex in 1939. They now have the highest championship score at Lords, in their previous best of 612 for 8 declared in 1921 against Nottinghamshire. It's also beaten their highest score against Glamorgan, which was 633 for 7 declared at Fire Gardens in 2002. Previous best championship score at Lords was 645 for 6 declared by Durham 2002. Edge and gone. Hassan falls to Bamber for the 2nd time in the match. Brilliant ball by Bamber. Lovely bowling from him. Probably the ball of the match, this, from Ethan Bamber. That is a beaut. Absolute beaut from Bamber. Around the wicket to the left-hander early in the innings. Hassan fails twice in the match. A little nod of the head respectfully from the left-hander as he walks off. Good from him. Brilliant from Bamber. So, Billy Root at one end, and now Sam Northeast. 335 in the first innings. Pretty sure it's northeast that's come down the pavilion steps. Wait and see when we just get him in shot now in a minute. He has come out to join. There he is. Ul Hassan. Billy Root, sorry, replacing Ul Hassan. Last ball of the opening over. So over to Tom Helm. Good start from Helm right on the spot. So can Middlesex get Sam Northeast out? Nobody else has done so in the last 6 months. Not out in the last innings of last year. Not out in the first innings of this year. Good take by Davies down the leg side. He's probably run out of time though, Northeast, to try and match Gooch's 301 innings and 100 in the second, beating the aggregate. So yeah, the aggregate score for Gooch scored 333, 120 odd in the second innings. Just 120 more runs than Sam to have the highest aggregate score at Lords by a batter. You can leave that for Gucci, surely. So he's still not out. One ball into his second innings. Scoreboard at the bottom is just one behind. Still seeing it big. 3 for 1 at the end of the second. Just a stroke into the covers, but bat on ball. Had a pretty good time of it together in the first innings. This man's had a good time of it at the start of both innings. Three in the match, so if he could burgle 1 or 2 more before hands are shaken here, it's be a nice start to the season with the Kookaburra. A lovely view of that seam placement there for Bamber as he ran in. Much fine chase for Max Holden down on the rope. Brings North East onto strike to Bamber for the first time. Let's watch where he has that seam pointing on this occasion. Pretty much pointing to slip, second slip. Oh, who's in the way? Somebody stood up in the Compton or Edgerich. Who is it? It's those kids waving around. Settle down, kids. Little one on the run. There you go, just see that seam pointing to slip. Fair old bowl at North East in the first innings. Have a little look at him in the second. Can somebody finally remove Sam North East? There's that shape. See him pointing to slip cordon. He's got that one to go down the slope slightly, but starting wide enough, short enough as well for North East to leave alone. And down the slope it goes again. North East with a little offering. Look at that go off the surface. Really did move. Nice over from Bamber. Push that one up there to see if it seemed at all on that length. For one at the end of the third. There you go. Sweets are out. Little keeper sat down. The mischievous runner up and down the steps, delaying the last over slightly. push. Just picks up a single. North East off the mark in the second innings. So only 3 games still standing in the County Championship. In Division 1, Kent leads Somerset by 133 runs, with 7 wickets standing. 90 for Lammonby, 66 Renshaw, 57 Rue, 57 Aldridge. Somerset racking up 403 after Kent was skittled for 284. 85 from Everson and 54 Finch. Beltramond's picked up 87 in the second innings. And Joe Denley, remember him? 96. Not out from 115 balls for Joe Denley. Floodlights on here at Lord's. Some broken cloud rolling in from the west. Six for 1 after 4. You can see that broken cloud, just banks of it all the way through. A ripple effect across the sky. Across to Heathrow, one of the planes just ascended up into the clouds. Rare one to see them ascending, especially the wind direction as it is. Wind coming in from over the back of the pavilion. A match abandoned without a ball bowled between Durham and Hampshire. Lancashire Surrey is match drawn. Surrey of 15 without loss in their first innings, replying to Lancashire's 202. Essex beat Nottinghamshire by 254 runs. The hosts skittled for 80 in their second innings. A match drawn at Edgbaston in the Bears and Pears derby. Both going past 300 in the first innings, was 295 for 3 when hands were shaken. Match abandoned without a ball bowled at Derby. Derbyshire versus Gloucestershire. Yorkshire versus Leicestershire was also match drawn with Leicestershire. 26 without loss in their second innings. Yorkshire 264 for 6 declared. Moriarty and Alive opened the bowling for Yorkshire, so I assume they had an overrate issue that they needed to correct, declared, and Leicester have a bat for 7.2 overs until the overrates were sorted out. And the other match still going is at Hove, where Northamptonshire 127 for 4, but they only lead Sussex in their second innings by 20 runs. Proctor has 40, Keogh has 42. They were 57 for 4 and in a spot of bother 70 runs ago, but that partnership settled things down for Northamptonshire, where Middlesex head to next. Glamorgan in action on Friday against Derbyshire, who haven't played in this round. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? They haven't got any action. I mean, this, I guess, has to some extent at this stage of the game now been a glorified net for both of these sides. So as such, Glamorgan could look at this as a real proper pre-season before the match against Derbyshire. Kookaburra match down at Cardiff again. There you can bet Mason Crane will be in that side. And Northamptonshire and Middlesex go. Other games in Division 2, Gloucestershire versus Yorkshire, starting on Friday in Bristol. Leicestershire versus Sussex at Leicester. In Division 1, Essex versus Kent at Chelmsford. Hampshire versus Lancashire at Southampton. Nottinghamshire versus Worcestershire at Trent Bridge. Surrey versus Somerset at the Oval. And Warwickshire versus Durham at Birmingham. End of the 5th over, 6 for 1. Glamorgan still trailed by 29. Bamber and Higgins that took the new ball in the first innings. Helm getting a go with the Kookaburra here now. It's a good shout from Roland Jones, head of the match at Northampton. They'll have a bit of thinking to do for that one. Luke Holman come in. It's another Kookaburra game. I said for Glamorgan, it seems pretty obvious that Mason Crane will come in for that one at Cardiff. End of the sixth, 6 for 1. But yeah, for Middlesex, Luke Holman. Go with 3 seamers and Higgins. 2 spinners. Northampton's is a ground where those two have had a lot of fun over the years. Bamber really announced himself as a Middlesex player at Northampton, and indeed Roland Jones had some of his finest hours at Northampton as well. That's a lovely piece of timing by North East. Biggest boundary on the ground, uphill all the way. Poor old Ryan Higgins, off he has to go and pick it up. Speaking of Northamptonshire, they've lost a 5th down at Hove. We'll have a look at that one in a moment. Let's have a look at this replay first. Leg stump half volley, nicely done. Proctor's fallen for 41, LBW to Carson. Keo 47, Zabe on naught. He's got to think of another red inker here, isn't he? Sam Northeast. Third innings not out. 335 not out. So that's down to his average. First class average for the 34-year-old. He'll be 35 in October. Ashford and Kent. .39.36 is average. His live average is 40.42. So there we go. 410 not out, his highest score. 335 at Lords. Really extraordinary. A very elite list. He's joined of batters to have hit scores of over 400 and over 300. Theoretically, teams can shake hands on the draw at 10-5. Glamorgan declare their third innings, but they shall have to get into a lead to do that. Still 24 behind. Imagine Bamber and Helm 4, maybe 5 overs. Is that the first sign of Josh DeCary's there warming up? Yes, it is. So maybe Bamber's done after 4. Helm, maybe this is his last. Northamptonshire still 5 down at Hove in the final session there. Not sure, do you want a Northamptonshire side that are held on for the draw for Middlesex to face, or a Northamptonshire side that were beaten in their first game down at Sussex, a bit demoralised, or indeed a little bit angry to face Middlesex at Wantage Road? What's the better scenario from the Middlesex perspective? I think certainly from a Glamorgan perspective against Derbyshire. Derbyshire match banner without a ball bowled. I'd say this for Glamorgan. For both sides has proved to be something of a glorified net this first game. getting the outer route. 2 to come of the over. You'd imagine that would be Helm done for the day. Martin Anderson down at long leg, just being instructed by Tom Helm just to come around a bit. Just going around the field, it looks Josh Davies is warming up. Elias deploy at second. Those off the fields. Ah, maybe it was Brook. My apologies. Maybe it was Brook, not Anderson, down at long leg. Just see him there at what will be mid-on now. Nathan Fernandez on the field, though, out at cover. Time for some spin. Well, let's see Sam Robson. I think he's off the field at the moment. Mark Stoneman's there. That is Brook, I think, that Brooks that DeCaries is bowling the ball to, so not Martin Anderson on the field. Only one sub-fielder then. Mentioned the potential to shake hands at 10 to 5. There is the potential that the umpires say the light is an issue. These banks of cloud rolling in, described a little while ago. It's just got a little bit darker now. You can start to see the foreshadows from the floodlights, the artificial light. Yes, deploy a slip. Will he be throwing the ball at the pavilion end to have a little bowl as well? I think I've seen anybody else warming up to replace Helm. Northamptonshire are 6 down. John Simpson be about to skipper Sussex to a victory in his first match. Keogh's still there on 48. Zabe's gone for 6. McManus has 1. 142 for 6. They lead Sussex by 34 runs. Into the 9th hit. And it's going to be Elias Deploy. Taking off the sweater at the pavilion end. There he is. Just handed his sweater to the umpire. Bowled well in the first innings. A bit of work to do at Northamptonshire next week in another Kookaburra round. Seals has 2 for 30 from 9 overs. Robinson 1 for 19 from 9. 2 for Carson from 44. Hudson Prentice none for 8 from 4. Coles 1 for 22 from 6.5. Lamb's turned his arm over for a couple of balls. What pressure can they build? Could Sussex take an early lead in Division 2 table? Draw at Derby, well, match abandoned without a ball bowled at Derbyshire. Match drawn at Headingley. Draw here at Lords. Bit of drift there for the left armour. Drops a fraction short, gets away with it, just a single to mid-on. It's got quite dark out there. Ooh, dear. Now, this is a reason to get off the field quickly. There is really no point in picking up an injury at this stage of proceedings. That was the skipper as well, Roland Jones, who returned that throw to the non-striker's end. Umpire's checking all's okay. He's got to check his grip of the hand, grip of the ball now. Ouch. That would not be welcome at all. An injury at this stage for any reason. St John's ambulance crew in the background there. Been in position all day on call at the grounds. There are worse offices to have in the world. $15 for 1 after 10. That's been my office view for 20 seasons now. It's been mostly a pretty good office to work until Jake became producer. Painful stuff for Deploy, still in at slip, so hopefully that's a good sign. Smart for the carries. Fielded the ball that was rasped in from Stoneman at backward point. Eleven overs bowled. Sun's threatening to break through again, so we'll forget about. And I'll say that actually, it seemed to get lice for a moment, but all of a sudden there are those rolling clouds Some are considerably heavier than others. Every time you look up, it seems to change. You can clearly see the foreshadows from some, particularly those in the darker outfield. Good stop. Ethan Bamber at cover. Stop again by Bamber. Rolling to his right. Fine work by the fast bowler in the covers. So let's see what's happening for Northamptonshire at Sussex. Seven down, Northants. Only leading by 45. Let's see if Keogh's still there. He's gone. LBW to Coles for 55. Game on the south coast. McManus has 4 from 5. Single down to long on, trail by 14 now. 93 for 1. We're just eyeing up a wasp on the screen, make sure it's outside our window, not inside. What would the wasp say now? 99% draw. There was a bit of I was trying to think, was it the World Cup or where the Wasp, it was inevitable there was going to be one side was going to win it and one side wouldn't, but the draw was impossible, I think it was. But the draw was still being given as 1%, which was confusing a lot of people, but I think that was because even though the draw was nigh on impossible, the draw also includes the tie, so if it was tied you'd still have the 1% for that. I think we can rule out the tie in this one. Missed out a little air route, picks out to carries at cover. 14 bowls, 24 for 1, 11. They trail by, still 7 down at Hove, Northamptonshire. Finnan has joined McManus. Get it through, cover comes around. Oh, that's another brilliant stop by Ethan Bamber. Must have saved about 4 boundaries in the last few overs. Arm ball put in, dug out. Fifteen bowls, 26 for 1. Eight more runs and the scores will be level. No, 9 more runs and the scores will be level. Least deploy. Clearly happy with his Left little finger, I think it was, that got hurt. Runs here. Hard chase for Ryan Higgins after his double ton. Pick up a couple. Just moving deep cover to deep backward points. Oh, and gone. 26 for 2. And Deploy bowled so well in the first innings. Thought he had the edge of North East early on. But he's got the edge of Billy Roots. 26 for 2. They still trail by 9. .28 for 2, Glamorgan. Smiles for Elias Deploy. Nice bit of drift on that. It's certainly been noticeable for the spinners in this game, whether it's the wind, but drift they've got. Good day for Higgins, holds on. He's done well. There you go. Kieran Carlson did a bit of spin bowling himself. Fair old bit through the innings. Sam Northwest still with a job to do, maintain his red inker. Slight delay here. Roland Jones, they're asking for a helmet, I think, are they? Gets through. Might not get all the way. It's a long chase for Fernandez. He's going to have to pick up the pace because this ball's probably going to stop. Subfielder collects. of the 16th. Glamorgan trail by 4, 31 for 2. Root out, caught Higgins. Bold deploy. It's the delay now. Another conversation being had. Some sort of discussion about something. Can we shake hands with the scores still behind? No, you can't. You've got to get ahead. Ah, there we go. Have the umpires allowed them bad light, perhaps, because Glamorgan are trailing? So bad light, you'll assume, has taken them off. 31 for 2. Poor Billy Root. Out for 11. There's Higgins, who scored 221. Outstanding knock from Higgins today. Middlesex were 270 shy of the follow-on target when he walked out to bat. So Higgins with an incredible knock. Somebody who's walked off already in this match. It's a slightly different reception. 335 to his name. Carlson, of course, got 77 in the first innings, but the highest score by a batter at Lords, 335, now belongs to Sam North at North East. I'm taking it from Graham Gooch. It's 333. Memorable match for him. A memorable match for that team. 655 all outs. The highest championship score scored at Lords. 4th highest total on the ground behind Australia, South Africa, the West Indians, against Middlesex in 1939. Australia in 1930, and there goes Higgins, leading them off. The 2nd highest post-war score at Lords. Australia in 1930, topping the list, 729. South Africa, 682 for 6 declared. The West Indians were 665 against Middlesex in 1939, but only that 2003 score by South Africa post-war here at Lords stands ahead of Middlesex's 655. Quite an extraordinary match for the batters. Tough one for the bowlers. Well done, Ethan Bamber, 3 for in the game. Carlson as well, 3. He had 47 overs. Goodness me. Ingram picked up a couple as well. And well, it'll be one though to remember for the batters. North East 335. Ingram with a century. Higgins 221. Stoneman really deserved a century. Middlesex were under the cosh when they came out, replying to 620 for 3. Which was beyond Middlesex's highest score at Lords, 612 as it was, but Middlesex have gone past that, gone to the 4th highest total on this ground. Incredible few days. Certainly will be memorable for many reasons. For Sam North East most of all, but Middlesex have set their own record as well, and Higgins now has a double century. Thanks for your company on this one. Middlesex are off to Northamptonshire in the next round. Good luck to Glamorgan, who'll host Derbyshire at Cardiff on Friday. Then it's back here the following week when the live stream will return. From myself, Kevin Hand, and the stream team that have brought you this one in association with Daffabet, the principal sponsor of the county, who say very good night to you all as the match is drawn.